As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9:01 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending the meeting remotely, and unless you are absent due to military, announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or village and the state from which you are attending the meeting remotely. I will begin with Elaine Andrade.
Present from Imlay Township, Michigan.
Donna Callahan.
Present from attending remotely from Mount Airy, North Carolina.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eade.
Present, remotely attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Stephen Lett.
Present, attending from Lee County, Florida.
Marcus Muldoon.
Present from Lincoln Park, Michigan.
Cynthia Orton.
Present, attending from Battle Creek, Michigan.
Rebecca Zatella. Janice Vallette.
Present, attending remotely from Highland Township, Michigan.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Eaton Township, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
Madam Chair, we have 10 commissioners present. We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
Welcome.
As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor of approving the agenda, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, so that takes us to we have a public comment guidelines, I believe, with Director Woods. So hearing no objection, Director Woods, can you read our public comment guidelines quickly? Oh, you're muted.
Sure. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good.
Good. Our public guidelines to the public just want you to know that you have 2 minutes, but the main thing here is to make sure that your comments are not directed to any individual commissioner, but it's addressed to the commission as a whole. Once again, it's addressed to the commission as a whole. No slanderous remarks, defamatory remarks, or anything like that. If you are deemed out of order, the chair will do so and may remove you from speaking as it relates to remote public comments, or ask you to gather yourself and continue with the amount of time you have left. But once again, civility, decorum is the hallmark of this interaction with the commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. So Vice Chair Janice Follett will facilitate the public comment portion of this agenda.
Good morning. Without objection, we will begin the public comments pertaining to the agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objections, we will now proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period or at a later meeting. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you. James, you are now unmuted and invited to address the commission. Mr. Gallant?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All righty. Thank you, James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. And I think the bottom line here is what I'm talking about to you is that no one member should be able to effectively amend the maps as in progress, the collaborative maps, and then the next member unilaterally amend or even throw out that map completely. And that completely undermines our Constitution and our one question at a time thing in the Robert's Rules of Order. And Madam Chair, if you do not have a working knowledge of Robert's Rules of Order, please pass the chair to another member that does. Because every time that hearing no objections thing comes along, that's supposed to be published in the minutes. That's an actual decision made. There's dozens of decisions being made that are not being listed in the minutes, and that's a violation of the Open Meetings Act and your rules of procedure. You still haven't entertained a motion to approve the maps. And while dividing the question, you have no question. You have all day, you had no motion, you had no real question. So this is a perfect time for the lay on the table. That's on page 198. Please open your book that you're supposed to have of Robert's Rules with you, Madam Chair, page 198. It says lay on the table. So if you motion to approve all the maps, and then you motion to lay all the maps on the table, then you motion to bring them back one at a time. You want to talk about 13? Talk about 13. Don't be 13, 2, now we're in 6, now we're everywhere. No, one question at a time is our parliamentary common law in America. So please do that, Madam Chair, because this is, I think we're going to just go straight away to the Supreme Court if you folks don't just start, following your duties. And please add to Commissioner Eads' problems that he's facing is it appears that he institutionalized Marxist-style communism into our commission's governmental functions by allowing Ms. Hammersmith's application to move forward as the chair of the subcommittee when Commissioner Lang testified that her vote didn't reflect her personal opinion. That's in this transcript. So please, Commissioner Lang, I would ask that you folks would allow her to, amend that, or Commissioner Zatella. That was a pretty good operation.
Your allotted time has ended. Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Robert Dindoffer. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you. Mr. Dindoffer.
Hey, folks.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Hey, folks. First, I wanted to thank the commission for, in the most recent draft maps from yesterday, drawing the Lake St. Clair suburban state house district. I think it really very well reflects a community of interest in the area. So thank you. I did want to address that. I think there was a question about one precinct in Grosse Pointe Woods that is on the northwest side of Mack Avenue, which is typically the dividing line in the area. But there's one precinct that basically sticks up into Harper Woods. And I think there was a question about, and maybe I'm wrong, whether that belongs more with Harper Woods or more with the Grosse Pointes and St. Clair Shores. And, just my 2 cents, one guy's opinion who lives in the area is that it belongs more with the Grosse Pointes and Harper Wood or in St. Clair Shores than with Harper Woods. Although there are connections, obviously, and it's right there in the midst of Harper Woods. The lakefront park that all the folks from Grosse Pointe Woods use is actually located on the lake within the municipality of St. Clair Shores, and they actually pay municipal taxes to St. Clair Shores for police, EMS, and fire. I know my stepdaughter actually, just by way of background, was a lifeguard trainee there, so I just kind of know about this. But in any event, look, there are linkages with Harper Woods. I think the linkages with St. Clair Shores are stronger. But the tough part is it's a small district. In the state Senate district, all 3 communities are together. And it's just tough. You have to make a pick, I suppose. And my vote, for what it's worth, is the Grosse Pointes plus St. Clair Shores. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Lisa Jevons.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Jevons, and I am a longtime volunteer with Voters Not Politicians. I was one of the 6,500 volunteers who came together to pass the redistricting amendment in 2018 in order to ensure that citizens are in control of this process. I was happy to have the opportunity to participate last time, and I'm glad to be able to do so again. I'm confident that you will bring your valuable experience of the past 2 years to bear this time around. Thank you for your continued service and welcome to the new commissioners. The first point I want to make is that all 7 of the criteria in the constitutional amendment can and should be achieved in balance with each other. I noticed that you've determined that the VRA compliance criteria and the partisan fairness criteria can only be evaluated at the end of your process. So it seems to me that you're essentially drawing maps while blind to those 2 very important criteria. In order to achieve the results that you are obligated to do, you are going to need several sets of maps to consider, just like last time. I'd like to point out that our Constitution says that you, the Commission, have the exclusive authority to adopt maps. That means that you can draw them yourselves, but you certainly don't have to. You could instead spend some time reviewing maps submitted by the public, and especially those that already come with data, analytics, and district summaries. That would give you time to review the community of interest information you've already received, in addition to what you're hearing from the public now. that would also give you opportunity to adopt maps that address the problems identified by the court and maintain or improve compliance to the other criteria. That's it. And I want to thank you again for this very important service to our state.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Dylan Linklater.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Next in line is Jargon Michael Higgins.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I just wanted to, the mandate for partisan fairness is so important in this process. And I think that's a really important criteria. I know the commission has to redraw these districts because of the court order, but the fact of the matter is the previous maps produced very competitive races where votes, results were within hundreds of votes, right? I'm going either way. And I think I am a lifelong Warren and Fraser resident. And that was a really exciting time in 2022 to see all those competitive races. My neighborhood was knocked like 6 or 7 times. My door was knocked on, which was something that was really fun to see. All these candidates out there competing in these competitive districts. And I just want to, underscore that you guys have already drew a state Senate district for the Lake St. Clair community of interest. I don't think it's fair to create another community of interest with the St. Clair Shores and the Grosse Pointes together. You can pick and choose communities of interest that help you achieve other goals, including partisan fairness. And partisan fairness is more important than county, city lines, pretty shapes. Putting St. Clair Shores at Grosse Pointes really, I think, is a detriment to the partisan fairness mandate. And I don't think you need to redraw the whole Metro Detroit area to solve these issues. You can do it without touching, everything, and just focus on the districts you need to redraw that the court has struck down. And if you do have to make edits elsewhere, you should do it in a way that improves partisan fairness rather than making it worse. Which putting St. Clair Shores and Grosse Pointe together, that would make partisan fairness worse. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Kevin.
Well, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Fantastic. Actually, that was my son who was on there a second ago. Super proud of him. Actually, I'm super proud of where we are and what we're doing with the commission. I was a big supporter of getting this through so we didn't have so many gerrymandered districts throughout the state. And the work you're doing is very, very important. Let me say that. One of the things that got talked about here just a moment ago that I wanted to touch on was the fact that using outside data and maps by other entities that you can use. My thought was, in this broad context, is like, get somebody from Canada to draw our maps. Let them look at the data. You guys look at it. That way we take as much of the personal partisanship out of it. Get a Canadian, for God's sakes. But really, along the lines of what George was saying, is that partisan fairness was really what drove this thing. Well, us in Wisconsin, something's going on there. Excuse me. George is texting me that I shouldn't swear. I didn't know there was a swear word in there. Anyways, we need to have partisan fairness. That's what this is really all about. And I know you've got a real fine line there with what's going on with the racial equality issue in the city of Detroit. But really, look at the districts that the court struck down. That's where you should be focusing your efforts. And remember, the partisan fairness is, I think, number 4 on your criteria. Keep that in mind. And just focus on those maps, the districts that got identified by the court. And I wish you all the best. You're in my prayers, and we're moving this state towards a better and brighter future based on the work that you guys are doing. So work all together. I'm not going to quote Robert's rules or anything like that. My God, and I appreciate that guy for where he comes from. I'm not down in the weeds that much, but keep up the good work and let's get it done.
Thank you for addressing the commission. And next in line is Noor Alma Hamid.
Good morning, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to address you. As you work on redistricting, I just want to highlight the importance of sticking to the state's constitution. I believe it's crucial to prioritize fairness and political representation when mapping. I also believe we need to focus on the political data to make sure we don't end up with a map that's even more unfair than the original. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment. Please feel free to email public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever way you choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, Jess. Before we move on to the presentation portion, I believe Nate Fink is bringing back our mapping process document that he reviewed or they reviewed. So without objection, I will ask Mr. Fink to present that.
Thank you,
Hearing
Madam
no
Chair.
objection.
Oh, thank you, Madam
Please
Chair.
proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Believe Mr. Woods is going to share his screen. We reviewed it's actually a document that the Secretary of State's office had some proposed revisions to the mapping process and procedures. To be clear, the revisions that have been made to this document that's now up on the screen, while the table of contents still includes the topics all the way down through adoption of final maps, this document here you'll see is 8 pages. Your actual current controlling document, I believe, is 22 pages. At this point, just so that we could get this done as quickly as possible and presented to you, the suggested edits and what I'm recommending that you adopt focuses just on the mapping procedure. So I believe it goes down through draft proposed
Madam
map
Chair.
session.
I apologize, Mr. Fink.
Oh,
I
no,
just
that's-
have a quick question. Did we receive this updated copy in our materials for the meeting? Because I didn't see it.
I'm not sure if this document had been shared, but the substantive, I can present the substantive changes and I can circulate a copy to you if you want. I don't know. I don't think you've seen a copy of this particular version.
I would like a copy of it, please. Thank you.
Okay, well, if it's okay with the commissioners, I'd still like to just walk through it and I can just explain to you. The substantive changes are focused exclusively on the issues related to consultation with the VRA and RPV consultants. In light of the court's ruling, it's our recommendation that we remove the provisions from your current mapping procedures that discuss consultation with VRA consultant, RPV consultant through the mapping process. As you know, you've adopted a procedure that will do your mapping process without consideration of race, and then there'll be a check on the VRA issues at the end by VRA counsel. So the document here just removes those references to consultation with RPV and VRA consultants through the and just for the new commissioners and frankly the old commissioners, RPV is racially polarized voting. So that's obviously a focus on a racial component, which the commission should not be considering through the mapping process here. And then it also just adjusted or took out what was now an old schedule from 2021. And I believe, Mr. Woods, if you scroll up, I think you had already shown it there. There's a link in the document here to a schedule of the current mapping sessions. And that's really it. So, again, I would just recommend that the commission adopt this. And, we'll need to clean up the table of contents, and then, soon, in the next day or two, we can present another document that'll include the deliberations and public comment components. We didn't include that in this document because we just wanted to focus on the mapping component, which you're obviously dealing with right now. You already, as I mentioned yesterday, you already have a mapping process in place that you've been following and were following throughout the day yesterday for the collaborative mapping. But we recommend that you go ahead and adopt this amended procedure that, again, just removes the references to the consultation with VRA and RPV consultants through the mapping process. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from Mr. Fink? Okay, so do people want a copy to look over themselves, or were you able to see enough?
I would like to review it myself. We do have a policy that says any materials that we get, especially if we're voting on them, we get at least a 24-hour notice. So rules are rules. I would like to maintain the rules.
So if we get that sent out to us today, we can look it over and have a vote tomorrow. Commissioner Eid.
I was gonna say what you just said, Commissioner Warren.
If I may, and that's perfectly fine. I mean, but just to be clear, the commission should not be at all considering consulting with VRA counsel or VRA consultants or RPV consultants through this mapping process again until the end when the VRA check is conducted. So, as you're mapping today, you shouldn't rely on any reference to that in the old mapping procedure. I don't think that was an issue yesterday, or it was not an issue at all yesterday during the mapping process, but I just wanted to mention that. So we'll circulate that, and then you guys can go ahead and hopefully, take it up tomorrow. So,
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next on the agenda is presentation impacting mapping. I believe that is Kim Brace today. So without objection, I will ask Kim Brace to facilitate this item. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Brace.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's a pleasure to be before you again today. Want to give you some updates from yesterday. If you recall, Kent had problems in terms of the geography that was being assigned, and it looked like there were double assignments. We've discovered the problem and fixed that problem. It was an overlay between the township boundaries and the precinct boundaries that were there in the census's files, Tiger files. Those have been corrected. Kent's machine has been corrected. My machine's been corrected. Anybody doing mapping, it is now an updated database, and so we shouldn't have that problem again on that side. I'm going to share my screen because I've got some other pieces to that. So it was the problem was really down here where we first saw that, which is where Kent was having the problems in District 2 and District 1. Again, it was township boundaries and precinct boundaries right at the border of Wayne County, which is why we didn't see that when we were within Wayne County in that regard. So the other thing that we have done updated, you'll notice that my mouse is a larger arrow. For those people that are blind like me, I needed that a long time ago, and I've increased my mouse. I've asked Kent to increase his mouse so we can see that. I believe one of the commissioners was asking about that. The other thing that I wanted to point out to you, and Kent is aware of it, The active matrix that's along the bottom of the screen, there is a capability in the active matrix to zoom the numbers. So you can see how this is getting larger and larger. And since Kent takes that spreadsheet and puts it to the side, we can get that high zoom capability on the numbers so that you can read those too. You don't have to rely only on Kent saying this number or that number, how many people it needs. But that will help, I think, some of the map drawing capabilities. But that is one of the functions within the active matrix tab in the software. So those are changes that we've done and implemented for this for the ongoing mapping system. The other thing that we have done since we met yesterday is that we have taken and updated your website and the My Redistricting website with the plans that were drawn, the 4 plans that were drawn yesterday. And we'll continue to do this every day. People in the public and the commissioners can see that on the MICRC website in mapping process. And in the mapping process, there is a draft map. If someone clicks on draft maps, it will go to the My Redistricting website. And on the My Redistricting website, it shows in order of when the plans were created. Here's the last 4 that we were creating yesterday. And those are there already on the website. And that's Congressional State House is right here. They're sorted right up at the top for those 4 plans. Anybody can go in here and bring up the comment link on that side. And that brings up the plan itself that allows you to do comments about the plan. There is also a link on how the comments can be done. And that is right here in Show Me How. And Show Me How brings over to a PowerPoint that Fred Ajazi has done. And I'm going to let this run so that people can see how the comments can be done by people in the public as well as commissioners of what this is. And you can clearly do multiple comments on a plan and different areas of the plan on that side, and this will show you how that works. So this is using the state of Washington as an example, and you can end up on the right-hand side, you can add comments. So if you go into an area and you want to do comments on a specific district or an area of the state, again, each of the 4 plans are updated and in the system so that you can look at and comment from the standpoint of your considerations. You can search for your address and where you might be located and how that shows in terms of the plan itself, where your home is on that regard. And this tool then lets you add a comment, and it comes up with the comment box that lets you fill in your information, your name, your address, your city, state, and zip code, your email, your phone number if you want somebody to call back, and the comments that you might have at this specific location. So what you're doing is you're putting the comments onto the map so that commissioners can see where those comments are and the public can see where those comments are. So you can end up then adding your comments on what you think in terms of the particular district or the overall plan. It doesn't have to be a district specific. It can be the overall plan. It will seek to verify you when you do this. So it will send you an email that you'll need to verify that it is you. You use that email address, and there's a link there to get back to verifying your comment. And when you do that, then your comments are added to the master list of all the comments on the particular plan. It's relatively simple and easy. Again, you can do it with any particular plan. I can open up this particular plan that you ended up drawing yesterday. And I can see what you did and how it comports. You have across the bottom the spreadsheet with the total population, the voting age population, and excuse me, my voice is going, and the deviation for the districts in terms of the plan. You can zoom down into the plan. You can do it both as map as well as satellite. So that shows as an underlay in case you want to check where the church is or whatever your interest is on that side. And you can zoom all the way down into the area, and it gives the overlay in colors of the district that's defined there. Your comments can be added, and you can end up adding them to the map, as I said before, to see exactly where your comments might be. And they get listed in the comments field, and that stays with the plan so that the commissioners can review it and the public can review it. So that's how the My Districting system works in terms of bringing in comments from the general public on any particular plan. And as I said, we've loaded up all 4 plans that we were creating yesterday. And this site will be updated later on in the evening, each day that the commission is drawing and create something, or how many plans there are. So it's one of the things that we are doing and updating so that everybody has the information. That's the overall kind of thing. So you can do any of the plans or whatever you want. And I think I'm available for comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brace. Are there any comments or questions for Mr. Brace? Being none. Commissioner Eid.
Thank you, Mr. Brace. My only comment is, and I think this is an issue we ran into last time. There are multiple places where folks can comment. There's the public comment we had before the meetings, there's written public comment, there's the michiganmapping.org website, and now we have this website as well. Is there any way to put all of those in one place just to make it easier for for us to view all of the comments. And if not, we might want to think about, do we want all of these tools, or do we want to just focus on a couple of them so that, we can get everything?
That's ultimately your guys' call on that side. We can deal with pretty much anything that you want, but we wanted to set this up so that there can be comments on this particular map and everybody could see it. So that's what we had done before, and this is how it was utilized last time.
Commissioner Lang?
Thank you for the presentation, Kim. I like your program. The last time around, it was very helpful for me. It allowed people to put pins in, so I knew exactly where they were talking about and kind of put the comments with the area. And I found it very useful, more so than other comment things we had. So thank you for that.
No problem.
Anything else? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Great. I will return the control to you guys.
Okay, so next on the agenda is the collaborative mapping process. We will continue mapping the Detroit area of the State House map, and it's currently Steve Lett's turn. So do we have Kent or whoever?
Yeah,
Kent's there, okay.
I was waving, but I had it covered up. I'm finishing building the last plan. We renamed each plan that we worked on yesterday to the naming convention that was specified by the commission. Commissioner Zatella sent a plan in. We uploaded that. Uploaded them all in. I'm gonna share my screen before. Okay, I'm already. If I have the power to share, I'll share it. Yep. Can everybody see my
Yes.
plan at this time? Okay. So this is the new expanded matrix with the political information on there. Election results. I haven't studied it. This is straight from Ryan's workstation to mine. But it just shows you how each the plan you're currently looking at is the original, number one plan yesterday, which I mean, we can load up any of them. This was just the last one I had on my. Notice the cursor is significantly bigger. Number one, we left it kind of hanging with some unassigned stuff. The fixes we brought in appears to have a bunch of problems in it that need to be fixed. I'm just now see those little unassigned areas that I don't know why it's there. Let's open up another.
I think that's partly the problem that we were having with your system yesterday in assigning the townships and the precincts together.
So there's all kind of artifacts here. So let me open up. Okay, that's the last one we worked with right here. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here as soon as everything catches up. Assuming it catches up. Okay, this one is, this isn't out of whack. But this is basically, this, the one where, District 2 is split in parts and this is unassigned. Let me go back. That's 4. I'm going to continue looking at the other plans so you guys can decide where we're going to start again. When I renamed them, I had a hard time keeping track of which one was which. This is 3 here.
I have a question.
Yes,
Um,
I'm sorry.
this is Commissioner Andrade. On your list, the last 3 letters are COL. I take that that's collaborative.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't see the one that Commissioner Zatella sent to you.
That would be this one right here. RAS.
Okay. Thank you.
So this 3 was kind of where we left it.
And
Yes.
I'm not seeing the last one that we were doing had 5 and 6 combined in one district, with 5 being south of 8 Mile and 6 being north. That was the last one we were working on when time ran out.
Yeah, I'm looking for that version. It should be here.
It's version 2.
Yeah, I think it would be that one. Oh, screen sharing has stopped. Autobound went away. Don't know why. Let me reopen Autobound. Trying to load all the new data and rebuild the plans and post them up and give them new names. Kind of moving fast, trying to get it all done. And I'm going to load up this version 2. I'll share the screen as soon as it comes back. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let me share this now. Can everybody see that pretty well?
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, this is kind of the ending, I believe. Yes, it was. We were just looking at 1, 3, 4, and 8, adjusted populations, and 10, 11, and 12. Commissioner Ouellette, as you recall, it's like it's 7, 14, 5, 6 are pretty good, but there's still a lot of edits to be made, just to balance everything out.
Mr. Callahan, do you have a question?
Yes, there was just a demonstration of how we could make those population numbers a little bit larger so they're readable. Could we try that out?
Yeah. I thought I'd done that, but obviously. Is that better?
A little bit, but not a lot.
Well, we can keep zooming in. It just shows less the further we zoom in.
I think.
Well, you can put it over to the side again, like you had yesterday, and then we can see more. But even if I can see the whole spreadsheet, if I can't read the numbers, it doesn't do me a whole lot of good. So
you're exactly right.
That's a lot better on my screen. I don't know about everyone else's.
Fine for me.
Okay.
Mr. Zatella, do you have something?
Yeah, I thought yesterday we were planning on what was discussed before we
took the break was moving the population from 8 into 1 because there was a big disparity there.
Right, and that's what is showing up on the screen here. And the way we were talking about doing it is 10, 11, and 12 and 9 need some numbers. 3, the way we did it with Juanita was more of Dearborn went into 3. So, and 4 is 8% over and 3 is 12% down. So 3 can take considerably more. In other words, all of 8 can't go in 12 and fix it. It's not going to happen. So a chunk of Dearborn, more of Dearborn goes into 3. More population goes into a 10. Actually, 10 needs some. 11 will, you take some from 12 or 11 into 10, and then some from 9 into those, and 8, you wheel it around this way to the right. And then some of 8 will go down here, and then the balance will go to 1. So whether you do 1 first or 3 first or 4 first or 10, 11, 12 doesn't really matter.
Looks like Sarah Reinhardt has a hand up.
Yes, hi, commissioners. If it's helpful, I wanted to point out one of the features on Zoom also allows you to zoom in on the screen that's being shared. And I kind of took a screenshot so that I could show you what I mean. So I'm going to share my screen just really quickly. I can't, unfortunately, screen share while Kent is screen sharing. So I just took a screenshot of myself accessing the menu so that you all can see what I'm talking about here. So whenever Kent is screen sharing, you should see something at the top that looks like this. That is a green and black kind of drop down. Do you all usually see that whenever he's screen sharing? Great. So if you click the view options button, you can adjust the zoom ratio. And you can zoom in on the screen and it'll make the image much larger. It'll change the mouse to a little picture of a hand, and you can click and drag on the image to like pan over if you want to and adjust what you're looking at. And it might be really helpful because it will definitely enlarge the text and the images, although you will be zoomed in on a particular area. You can adjust what you're looking at by clicking and dragging. So I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, Kent, you can share your screen again.
I share screen. Okay, you guys looking at it or?
I don't see it.
Not quite yet.
All right. Share screen. Okay, we're back. Is it visible, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. So you can see 1 is 19% down, 3 is 12% down, but 4 is 8 high. 8 is 26% high, and 10 and 11 and 12. The goal has been to be under 2.5%. So 10, 11, and 12 need population. You can, it doesn't really matter whether you make 1 ideal and then 3 and then, 4 and then 10, 11, and 12 or whatever order you want to do it. It's the same result. Some population goes to 10, 11, and 12. A chunk of it goes to 3, a chunk of it goes to 1.
Okay, Commissioner Lett, take it away.
Thank you. Here's what I want to do. Number one, in following the court's guidance, my turn here at mapping, I am number 1 considering equal population as the primary goal. Number 2, I am concentrating on making them contiguous. Number 3, I will consider communities of interest, and in the Detroit area without input from other commissioners, which I certainly welcome. I will be concentrating as much as possible on neighborhoods in the Detroit area, which I will assume make some consideration of a community of interest. I will not consider an advantage to any political party or person. I do not look up the political party that is in those districts, nor will I consider or favoring or disfavoring any person or candidate, since I don't know who are representing there. Certainly I could look them up, but I won't do that. So to keep myself out of trouble. I will attempt to consider county, city, and township lines, though in the city of Detroit, we're basically looking at neighborhood lines. Having said all that, I want to look at 8, and my goal in that is to take from 8 and transfer some of that population to number 1, District 1, and to even out, to bring some order to the northeast line, which is rather jagged. So Kent, if we can kind of straighten that line out as best we can, which there looks to be a road there. I don't know how that comports with precincts or blocks or whatever we're using. But it looks like to me, if we kind of follow that road and take away from 8, maybe we'll make a little progress.
Okay,
So that's what I'd like you to do.
Michigan Avenue is across here where my cursor is. Are you saying take everything south of Michigan Avenue and put it in 1?
No, I'm talking about the road that runs from the northwest to the southeast, ending in Hubbard, Richard.
Yeah,
Grand River.
Okay, so put all this into 1.
Okay.
I'm going to select it, and then you tell me if that's what you want to see. This area?
Yes.
Okay. That's approximately 7,700. You still need approximately 10,000.
They go up into the Chadsey Condon area. Up over to the.
Well, you
west.
need all that, technically.
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm clear. I'm sorry. This.
Right, that's correct. And then the area directly north of Condon. That area.
Okay, we need these census blocks to do in the neighborhood. I'm going to assign that and continue. You still need, we'll pick up these census blocks as necessary. You still need approximately 4,600, 4,700 to be ideal. Would it be, this is part of Corktown right here, and that's North Corktown.
Okay, let's put that doesn't look too bad. Let's put those North Corktown and Corktown in.
And that's 2,900. So you want to go to Core City and
sure. Let's see what that
I'm trying to get the whole neighborhoods is where I'm headed. So that's I think that's whole neighborhoods there, and that's going to be pretty close, within 1,000 people. Shall I assign that?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're approximately 1,000 under. 1,000 persons.
Okay, so we need to find about 600-700 more people. Let's zoom back out.
It looks like that little corner of North Corktown is split off due to the road. So
Yes,
Yeah.
that area right there. So if you'd like, I can go in there and start getting these whole neighborhoods based on census blocks. That's what we're looking at doing.
Well, I don't know that Midtown would be included with Corktown. Well, Anthony, you got something on that?
I'm saying just that little corner right there, that little triangle, but go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, I think for this configuration that you're doing, you're close enough. I would not cross that road if you don't absolutely have to. I wouldn't go into Midtown or Woodbridge. I think you're close enough.
Well, I hate to say it right now, my system isn't showing blocks as an option to build districts. If Ryan or Fred can suggest to me why it is not. It should be right here. Or right there. It's not an option. I'm sure it's something in trying to get everything done this morning. I misclicked something. But anyway, we can continue on and hopefully Ryan or Fred or both will send me a message here momentarily and let me know what I need to.
Well, other than
actually, I know where it's at, but okay. Commissioner, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Wait a minute, my screen's going a little goofy. There's a little, you see the North Corktown neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
There's a triangle. Nope, down there. You were right on it.
Oh, okay.
That.
Right. That needs to go in the North Corktown. And what I just was saying was, for some reason, my system at this moment can't access blocks to draw districts. I know what it is. I can pop out and fix it. I think I say that for sure. I know what it is. But like I said, I'm waiting for Ryan or Fred to send me a message saying, "You idiot, this is what you did wrong." Anyway, let's.
I have a question, Sarah. I have a question.
Sure.
We seem to be able to somewhat control our own screens, as you've indicated. Is that independent of what Kent is doing, or are we battling ourselves with Kent when we're trying to do that?
No, it is independent. So, I mean, Kent can still move around the screen that he is sharing, but how you zoom in on the screen is independent of what any other commissioner or Kent is doing.
Okay. Well,
and if you'd like to reset it, you just go back to the top to that view options drop down and go to the zoom ratio and select fit to window.
Well, we'll see what that does. At any rate, that takes care of that side of one. Now let's Kent zoom out somewhat. I keep losing screen. What I'm looking at is up in the
north, kind of northwest, but really straight north. And there's a little corner up there that we might be able to straighten out to make this
What district are we looking at?
a more well, you can't see my cursor, so
But just point me, which district?
one, top left of one, top left, right there, you're there. That little corner,
Okay,
that right in that area, if we could kind of
we'll turn on neighborhoods.
Yeah,
Okay, so yes, that's a, that's a split neighborhood. If we,
so that's part of the Barton McFarland neighborhood,
that is,
I assume.
yeah.
Either that or Davison Schoolcraft.
So that's, this precinct overlaps the neighborhood boundary here. But it's not a great big number.
Well, we don't need a great big number. What number is it?
Well, we're at, those two precincts are 1,400, and then we split some out, remove census blocks. And it'll be less than 1,400.
Well, if we do 14 and we are down 10, that puts us over 4, and that's under 5%.
Yeah, right now you're at 1.1.
Under 1,000 is 1.1.
Mine is 1.1%, where a minus 1,010 people.
Okay.
As it is right now.
Okay. Add that in. Let's see what that does. .43.
Yeah.
All right.
And then when I get census blocks back, we can trim it to fit the neighborhood, and it'll probably be more like, 0.4 or something, because some will go
Well,
back.
that would be good. We want to try to keep the community of interest neighborhood together as much as possible, so we could trim that off down to the street that is going up there, whatever that is.
And like I said, right now, I don't have access to census blocks.
Right.
So as we go through this process and we get that loaded back in whenever, we can go in and tune them out. But right now, it should be just handfuls of people, not significantly skewing your numbers or anything.
Okay, and now 8 is still over.
Yes, sir. It's 8.2% over, or 7,500 people. And 4 is also 6,000 over. 3 is 12% under. So, somewhere right in there between 8, 4, and 3, you can get it pretty close. 10, 11, 12 still need some to be under 2.5%, but.
So let me look at 4 is plus 6,000. And 3 is minus 1. All right, let's see if we can't add some to 3 from 4. What is?
This is 153 right across here. This is, Dearborn proper. That's where the label is. Miller Road, Oakman Road. I know yesterday we were taking like chunks of it here. Let me bring up the.
Oh, it's Michigan Avenue.
Like that. I need to get the populations up here. Add a layer. Where is that? I'm not doing thematic maps. I'm just gonna, yeah. Oh. I want to turn labeling on.
Madam Chair, while Kent is doing that, I had one other piece of information to pass on to the commission. We also investigated neighborhoods in surrounding counties yesterday while you were meeting to see if there was anything neighborhood shape-wise in Macomb and Oakland County. And they've reported back to us that they do not have a shapefile or neighborhoods defined. So it was an idea from yesterday, but not for those counties of getting neighborhoods. I just wanted to report that to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Why is that not showing up? I don't know why the population totals aren't showing up either. Kim, if you could check with Ryan or Kim, Fred as to why the pop top that is not showing up. Am I doing something totally ridiculous or?
I will check with Ryan. Yep.
Yeah, because the population number should be showing up here. And I don't know where blocks are right now, so. It's calculating correctly. Yeah, we need to rebuild these plans. Anyway.
Ready?
Okay, next thing.
All right, here's where I want to try. And I want to take some out of 4 and put it in 3. And right where your cursor is says Dearborn. I want to consider taking that and putting it in 3.
Okay. Yeah. So that brings, 3, it still needs 6,600 people. I'm just going to highlight these so we get the numbers until they're showing up. That's 7,800. And you're looking for 6,600. So if we clear that, clear selection. That's 2,800. That's 5,300. Excuse me. All of that is 8,000. That is 5,000. So yeah. That's 7,800. So that would put you approximately, 1,200 people over rather than under.
I would want to do that.
Or whether you'd want to start with it like that or. Okay, there's our numbers. I don't know why zooming in and out, it changed it. So you get 3,200, 2,500, 25, well, round numbers, 2,500, 2,800.
So with the configuration as it is right now, we're still
We haven't made any of those changes, so we're still 65, almost 6,600 under on 3.
That would have you approximately, 1,100 under. If you did both of those, if you did both of these, you would be approximately 1,200 under.
Five.
It just,
Let's take those. Add those in.
Okay. So now you're 1.42 under. 1.42%, which is 1,300 people. Let's bring up the neighborhoods again. I mean, I don't want to lose track of that. And right now, you're pretty much trying to make sure we're, yeah, that's the neighborhood boundary there. This little piece is outside of this, this neighborhood split right here. But so is, this neighborhood split over here. 16, I know this is getting further and further away from the illegal districts. At the same time, it'd be like 16 is a little big, so you could make this Franklin Park neighborhood whole. If to get population into 3.
Okay, that makes some sense. Put that back with the neighborhood of Franklin
We can
Park.
select it and just see.
Looks like Commissioner Eid has a comment.
Well, you're right on the borderline of like Detroit and Dearborn here. So you could put more of Detroit into 4 and more of Dearborn into 3, if that's what you wanted to do.
Say that again.
You're right on the borderline of Detroit and Dearborn. Do you see that black line in District 3? That kind of, it's a weirdly shaped city, but it goes around and then up a little bit to where the cursor is now. But then on 4, where you see the neighborhoods, that's Detroit. So what you could do is put more of Detroit in 4 and more of Dearborn, the northeast section, into 3.
Well, okay, we could do that, but I was looking at putting Franklin back together. That would do, at least in my mind, a couple of things. Number one, it makes the district more square and puts Franklin back. How many would that entail, Ken?
Well, that part of Franklin is 1,200. And there again, I can't for some reason get the census blocks. To count them, unfortunately. Like I said, it's something's wrong with it. But that part's 1,100. So it's probably, that many more. So you'd be over if you make all of Franklin whole.
Let's take the, not the yellow highlighted, take the green that's next to it. So take off the yellow and put in the green.
So let's see here, clear selection. So I need to get all of it. Like I said, I can't use census blocks right now. don't know why. So, but like right now, we actually, made whole precincts in here. And District 3 is within 190 people at this moment. We get census blocks back, you can come in here and start making neighborhoods whole.
Well, if census 3 is that close, that's close enough for right now.
For
0.21%.
everybody's still heavily involved.
Okay, so that took care of 3 and 8. And 1.
So, and 4 is now, 3,600 under. So you could take a chunk of what is now 8 and move into 4 somewhere. How, where you'd want to do that. 5 is a little over 2.26. You could move a piece of 5
Well, I'm happy with what I did next.
into 4. I mean, it's just what you want to do.
Okay, so next up is Marcus Muldoon.
I guess let's make 4 whole or rate population by taking from.
You get 2 options. You can take some from 5 because 5 is, a little over. You could take it all from 8, depending on. But yet, it 4 is under 5%. 8's 8.2 high. Okay.
I guess let's take it from 8. The east side of between 4 and 8.
I'm just, getting some numbers. That's a lot. That's 5,000. You could, those two, get it in the ballpark. There again, I need to get census blocks involved to unsplit these neighborhoods, which we will be able to do.
And how long do you think it will take you to get the census blocks? Like,
Well,
can you do that over lunch or during a break?
I'm sure I can. I'm going to get an update here as I look at this on. Okay, so a couple of things here. I got a suggestion that we take a little technical break and get it done. It should only take a few minutes, but I hadn't seen this before, so this always was something I haven't seen before. Yeah, whether it's going to be 5 minutes or 15 minutes, I'm unsure of, or 30 minutes as far as that goes.
Well, unless there's objection from one of the commissioners, I think we should take a 15-minute break and come back, see if we can get the census blocks, because I think it'll be more efficient.
Yeah, we have to at this point, I think, yes.
Okay, I don't see any objections, so we'll be back at 10:40.
Thank you. I'll see you shortly.
Okay, it is time for us to return from our break. Do we have commissioners here? Looks like we do. And do we have Kent available with the map?
Excuse me, Madam Chair,
Yes.
in order for us to have our roll correct, we had two commissioners that came into the meeting late, and I'd like to correct our roll, if you don't mind, please.
Please, go ahead.
Juanita Curry.
Oh, you're muted, Juanita.
I'm calling roll because you came in a little late.
Yeah, present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
And also Rebecca Zatella.
I'm here, present attending from Wayne County.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. I don't see Kent.
Kent, Madam Chair, this is Kim.
Yes.
I've been on the phone with Ryan and with Kent. They're still working on Kent's machine. And so that's what we're waiting for. Ryan says maybe another 10 minutes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, at this point, I think we're going to need a little bit more than 10 minutes just to kind of ascertain what's going on and how to move forward. I know we have a break at 1 o'clock, and I want to be respectful of the commission's time. Is it possible that we could regroup at 11:45 and kind of see where we are? And then that should give them more than enough time to identify and hopefully remedy the problem, so that we can use a little bit of the time we have before 1 o'clock, if that's possible, and the commission is willing.
Commissioner Zatella, do you have something?
Do we have to draw by blocks? I guess we didn't really use the blocks feature very often. Last time we only did it at the very end when we were trying to reduce deviation. I mean, can we work without the blocks in the meantime so that we can get stuff done and then come back and fix blocks if we need to?
You could end up drawing with larger levels of geography and not worry about the edges until, after, 11:30 or something like that. But Ryan and Kent need to be working on his machine right now. So Kent's not really available to draw at any geographic level right now.
Right. I think the larger issue, Commissioner Zatella, is compatibility with regards to the software and the computer. And so that's really the bigger challenge that we're facing right now. It's not trying to find another alternative way, because if the computer can't receive the updates, if the computer is not able to do that, it's kind of limited. And I just think it's going to take more than 5-10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. And so I don't want to nickel and dime what's taking place here. So we could have a check-in at 11:45. I think that would be helpful.
Okay, Commissioner Lang, do you have a comment?
Why don't we just take an extended, and rather than coming back at 11:45, let's come back at noon or 12:30 and just take an early lunch and then continue the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think because it was posted that our break would be 1 to 2, I think is what Director Woods is concerned about us, not being here during that time. People are planning on, the public is planning on us coming back at 2, but I could be wrong. Do you have a problem with that, Director Woods?
I would defer to parliamentarian just to make sure if that's something that we can do. I'm not totally sure.
Sure. So the meeting was posted today from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And while the agenda does say there will be a break for lunch from 1 to 2 p.m., the commission is able to adjust that as it sees fit. But Commissioner Orton is right in that the public has been told that the meeting will resume from 2 to 6. But again, you all are able to change that as you see fit. Thank you.
Commissioner Lett, you have something?
I was wondering if Edward would have his report available now. I know yesterday we had talked about it and he said he had to get some things finalized, so maybe that's a possibility at this juncture.
I'm waiting for one more quote, Commissioner Lett, with regards to the Huntington Place. We have the wireless and the hardwire, but I need to see whether or not that's going to be sufficient as relates to the process next week when you bring your computers to Coble Hall or Huntington Place. So once I get that figure, I'll be ready to go.
Okay. So,
but I can make myself ready to go at 11:45. So at least when you come back, you have something to do so that we're not waiting for them. I've been in contact with them this morning, just don't have the number yet.
okay. So why don't we do, well, I would suggest what Commissioner Lang suggested. I think just taking a break, take our lunch early, come back at noon. Is that what you were saying, Commissioner Lang?
That would be fine. It just doesn't make sense to leave for an hour, come back. Everybody gets situated, work maybe 45 minutes and then leave for another hour. It just seems like not a very good use of time.
Right. Okay, so does anyone have a problem with coming back at noon? Okay. Then we will recess until noon and we'll try and take it back up again and hope that we have mapping capability.
Hi, Cynthia.
Hello.
Hi, dear. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay. Feel like I'm stay cold or something. My body is hurting and this cold weather does not agree with my body aches.
It is very cold.
I said, hi, how you doing? Lord have mercy. You know who I'm trying to say.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, dear. How are
Hi.
you?
I'm good, Juanita. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I don't know. I'm trying to keep myself together and I'm not doing so good.
Oh,
Well,
I'm
we're
sorry
glad
to
you're
hear
here.
that.
I'm glad to be here too, especially in the land of the living.
It looks like we have enough people, so I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 12:01 p.m. And I see that we have Kent on. Hopefully we are ready to go, and it is Marcus Muldoon's turn.
Ken has his hand up.
Can I take a moment to clarify a little bit? We got the blocks back to work on it. To clean up so you could put whole neighborhoods and such together. But also in the process, we lost the use of CCDs or the township boundaries for now. This is the plan that Commissioner Lett was working on. It has a proper name now, today's date, version 1. When I reloaded and rebuilt the plan, the numbers changed a little bit, but I took the time while we were out to address a couple of things that were brought up. We got the census blocks back, and Commissioner Lett, Franklin Park had been split, and I used census blocks to make Franklin Park entirely into 3. And there was a couple of other neighborhoods that, North Corktown, that little triangle right here.
You're not sharing your screen yet.
Well, you know what? I need to do better about that. The neighborhoods that were split and we couldn't fix them because we couldn't use census blocks. I took the time while we were out recessed to try to completely recreate what Commissioner Lett had done. And that is make all of Corktown in one, those 5 people. This little area in here, this Midwest neighborhood was split. And then the Franklin Park was was split between 4 and 3. So if Commissioner Lett, if it's okay with the rest of the commission, to kind of look at what I recreated or tried to recreate, exactly what Commissioner Lett had done or the commission had done before we recessed. And another little piece was these water blocks were actually in 11. West Side Industrial Neighborhood was split. I don't know if there was any people moved or not. I can look at it and see. But this there was no people. Yeah, there was no people moved, but this area here was in 11, and I think this 0 population, or maybe it was just these few right down here, were moved. I can't recall for sure, but anyway, those were some little things I think addressed what Commissioner Lett was trying to achieve earlier. If not, I can undo it all.
Ken, how many maps are we trying to redo? As many as we like, or is there a certain amount we're trying to do?
Yeah, that's up to you guys.
Yeah, it's up to us, Juanita.
Oh, okay.
We didn't put a number on it. Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify, what we did outside of while it was closed, basically rebuild the plan so that we could use blocks to unsplit neighborhoods. which would be 5 people right there, and those in Franklin Park. Does that make sense to Commissioner Lett?
Yeah, Kent, that appears to be close to where we ended up. I see 3 is 1.11 and 1 is 1.16, well within the equal population figures, and not taking in any way, shape, or form race, which has been forbidden by Judge Keithledge. All of the areas contiguous. It appears to be relatively compact, though I don't know that we have our compact data available right now. So that was what I was trying to accomplish, which was something that looked more compact, contiguous, and attempting strongly to keep neighborhoods together, which I consider a community of interest in these districts. So, as I said, I'm good with that. And the next person who is Marcus is up.
I have a question, Steve, or Kent. It looks like on the very north tip of District 1, that neighborhood is infringed upon a little bit. It's split a little bit.
This
Just right there.
Midwest?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad somebody
Okay.
brought that up, and I want to explain this. This neighborhood boundary does not follow a census block boundary. So what I did was, to the best of my ability, these have 0 population, these census blocks.
Yeah.
So everything that had population, now this one has population. The thing is, this census block, according to the neighborhood map, these houses on the right-hand side belong in Midwest. These houses on the left-hand side belong in Barton McFarland. So with that said, this census block either has to be in Midwest or in Barton McFarland. I left it in Barton McFarland because that's where
What is
I did not change where that was. So
what area is Barton McFarland? What is
this
that?
is right here where the cursor is, Hammerberg Playfield. This is Joy Road.
Okay. I know where Joy Road.
So it basically, this census block has to be in 4 or in 1, and either way,
I think it'd be
one
better
or
in
the other
4.
neighborhood be split.
Probably would be better in 4. You think, Steve? You're take your speaker on. Turn your speaker on.
I sound a lot smarter when it's off. Yes, I would put it at 4 because the northern part of that area has 0 population. It looks to be industrial.
Deserted, yeah.
So that's good. I'm good with it.
Hey, Marcus.
I guess we'll go back to adjusting 8 down into 4 with like Russell Woods, and look like 4 can still use some.
Okay. Precincts. 4. So in this case, again, we were talking about it earlier. We have blocks now. So that the way, so let me zoom into blocks and do census blocks so that we don't split the neighborhoods. And there again, it looks like, the boundary of the neighborhood splits a census block. So it needs to be decided which district to put those census blocks in. You can zoom in and kind of maybe tell which side of this line has more dwellings. So let me
I think it's
zoom
gonna take Russell Woods and Norton Park to make it
okay.
the population enough.
No, you know. Well, then it gets 4 gets real big, but we'll just do it and then
Yeah, at least the population's closer to where it needs to be.
Yeah. When we're trying to make these whole neighborhoods like this, we almost, you have to use census blocks, and then it gets more tedious and time consuming. Guess that's my way of asking y'all to bear with me for a moment. We'll put that in 4. So 4 now is slightly, it's at 2.74% over ideal. So Commissioner Muldoon.
So maybe, which that'll adjust some once everything's final, right?
Was that directed at me or?
Yeah, I guess so. But once you finally go through and adjust the neighborhoods, that'll change a little bit.
Well, right now, the whole neighborhoods, all of Narden Park and Russell Woods are in 4. Yeah, we can, at this point, if you adjust the numbers in that particular area, you would be splitting a neighborhood. So whether you'd want to add a different neighborhood in and take one of these out, I mean, that's all.
Or if you take Russell Woods out, it actually is, because that's 1,300 people, right?
It's 1,300 plus some.
Oh, okay.
I can highlight it and then you can see what you want to do. Like, not that. We got to go back to blocks. So that right there is 2,253.
So if you put that back into 8, which would, I mean, it'll have to come out of 8 eventually, but
okay. I'm sorry, I cleared it, so now I got to reselect everything. So there again, this census block right here, for example, has 55 people in it, yet it's split by the neighborhood boundary. So you have to decide, do you want this census block in 4 or in 8? And I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can kind of see underneath of there. There's more dwellings of what appears to be dwellings
on the north side. So
yeah. So my guess is the majority of these 55 live on this side.
Right.
And the same way with 38.
So that would have end up in 4.
Yeah, it'd be a matter of, do you want?
Yeah, go to
which neighborhood?
I'm sorry, it would go to 8. Sorry.
Leave it where it's at. I'm sorry.
No, it would come out of 4 then.
Okay.
If the majority of it's in the other side.
And the same way with 38 or.
Yeah.
And then down here, it seems like it's the other way around. So.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of. So yeah, and now 4 is at 163.18% over.
Yeah,
And 8, it's 4.91, so that's a significant, yeah.
yep. And I think we could take part of 8 into, I think it was 9 that was, or 11, I'm trying to remember, 9 or 11 that was low. Yeah, 11 was low.
Yeah, and you got 10, 11, and 12, so it's this whole cluster here. However you want to do it.
I mean, I don't know that area all that well, so I'll let somebody else go to I just go to the next person.
Okay, well, next person is me. Let's see. I guess I will just continue with 8 to try to shave it down. So I'll bring some over to 9 and then scoot some over to the other districts that need it. Can you make the pop out a little bit, the populations a little bit larger?
Oh, the table?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Oh, wrong way. Nope.
That's
Something
fine.
like, is that better? Or
Yeah, that's
more?
good. Thanks.
More, that's good. Okay.
Okay, so
Oh, I can point out right here, this little Wade neighborhood right
Is
now is split between 12 and 11.
okay, and 12 needs some, but so does 11. Okay, let's start back with 8. So Juanita, or anyone that knows that area well, if I'm moving the wrong area, and you think I shouldn't, please speak up. But the little portion, I can't really read those words, but the just south of your yeah, like that portion that's
Park.
sticking out. I'm
This?
thinking no, down.
This is
yeah.
Brush Park or something. Yeah.
Okay, so Midtown and Brush Park, would those be okay to move into 11? Juanita? Oh, you're muted.
Probably because Brush Park and what's the other one you said?
Midtown.
Midtown are not that far apart. I mean, it may be a mile or so, but it's not that far from each
And they're
other.
okay with downtown, you think?
Yeah, I think so. Brush Park, I believe is closer to downtown or behind downtown or somewhere up in there.
And what about Medical Center, which is right next to Midtown?
Yeah, and the medical center is like in the heart of downtown behind, yeah. So that's up near Brush Park and stuff, so they probably should be together.
Okay, Elaine, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you might as well put medical center in with Midtown, because then you're not splitting Wayne State.
Okay. I do see Wayne State is up in the next neighborhood area.
Yep.
That should all go together.
I would think, yeah.
Okay, Kent, why don't we try doing that? From Wayne State down and Medical Center over.
You're going to put them in 11 or 9?
Let's put them in 11.
Okay, so I'm just highlighting precincts right now.
Yeah.
And tell me when to stop. Yeah, that precinct goes up into Wayne State.
Okay.
And see, so now I need to get out of precincts and do census blocks, because it's just the precincts are so big. I'm going to assign that to 11, correct?
Yes.
And then I'll go to census blocks and get the remainder of these. If I say something that's, shout out, no, that's not what I meant or something.
Okay, I think I'm a little delayed on my screen from what you're doing, but I'll let you
I'm
know.
going to pause before I assign anything. I'll get it highlighted, and then each can evaluate the value of it. So this is the remainder medical and Midtown, that's 2,200. That's the census blocks that are highlighted.
Okay, move those over to 11.
Okay. So now 11's getting, okay. I think are you looking at these numbers over here? Those,
Yeah, so 11 went up by a lot.
and the 8 went way down.
So there's a lot in
Yeah.
Midtown.
And that's not saying you still can't, you do something, work 9 in there. And
Okay, can you zoom out just a little bit so we can take a
Yes.
look?
I guess you want to see probably like a little bit of there's 9. 12 is still down, 10's down. So I guess 11 does need to be up if you're going to move stuff to 12 and 10 or something.
But that's too much from 8. And if we want to keep those parts together, there's really no other thing to take from 8 in that direction. So, Anthony, you have a comment?
Yeah, I would disagree with making that change you just made. I mean, I personally think Midtown and the medical center go much more with the Woodbridge, Techtown, New Center, Wayne State, cultural campus areas. And there's more in common in those areas, which is where I'm calling in from right now, than there is from, the downtown and upriver up to Belle Isle areas. I see those as, two, while they're similar, they're both in Detroit. I see them as two distinctly different things. One being,
That's true.
the university area that's comprised of, Wayne State, and then the students live in Midtown and work at the medical center and live in Woodbridge and go to the DIA and the library and the cultural center and stuff like that, versus downtown, which is more of, where the offices are, where the downtown nightlife is, and stuff like that. So, and it's too much anyways, as far as population. So I would maybe look for a different area.
Yeah, so Kent, can we take those back out that we just put in?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think look in a different area. Juanita seemed to agree with that. Assessment.
One thing I did notice is this Brush Park neighborhood is split between 8 and 11. I don't know if that's something you want to.
Yeah, we should address that. Juanita, which do you think that's where downtown?
I can't hardly see these letters or the numbers, but 8 is what?
Well, he's talking about Brush Park right there.
Okay.
It's split between downtown and midtown districts.
Brush Park, I think, is closer to the downtown area, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Do you agree, Anthony?
I think it could go either way. That's really kind of on like the border of where I'd consider that split. If it makes sense for population, I think you can put it in 11. But I think it should be whole, no matter if you put it in 11 or 8. So you could try putting it in 11 and seeing how it, what happens. But I wouldn't go into Midtown or the medical center.
Right.
Okay, so Kent, yeah, the part that you have chosen right now, put that in 11 and then zoom out just a little bit so we can see more of 8 in the area. Okay.
So it was about 1,000 people moved. Just moved the needle in the right direction for both districts.
Okay. So the ones that need population are mostly 11 and 12. And Still needs to come from 8, mostly.
Yeah.
5 a little. Okay, so zoom out a little bit. Okay. So I think it's gonna have to go through 9, probably. So I know that we had communities of interest are talking about Highland Park area, but I don't know the specifics of those neighborhoods around there and what kind of goes together. Rebecca, you have your hand up? You're muted.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't we look at the map for Banglatown? If you want to go through 9, if that's your intention, because I'm pretty sure there was one other precinct outside of that kind of curved one that was part of Banglatown.
Okay. Does anyone have the map of the Banglatown community of interest that they
I'm
shared?
searching for it right now.
You know,
Talking about this one?
See that?
I can't see that.
Yeah.
I didn't think you could.
what's the question?
We're
Oh.
trying to figure out the outline of Banglatown community of interest.
Bankley, how do you pronounce that?
Banglatown.
Bankley. Okay. Because
So-
remember they wanted to stay kind of in Highland Park and towards the northwest, not northwest, but the northeast area. They wanted to kind of stay together. When we had the town hall meeting with them.
Right, but I'm not sure the names of the streets or the neighborhoods that would encompass.
Well,
It looks like it's already in 9.
No, there's an entire section that's not. Give me a second, I'll share my screen. The entire west precincts that they included in their Banglatown map are not on there.
This part of Highland Park, so, because that's Davison Freeway there.
yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
And then we, you cross over, what is it, a park or something in here, Massachusetts?
That's a neighborhood.
So Kent, could you stop sharing for a second so I can share?
Sure. Okay, carry on.
There we go. So right here, this is what I'm talking about. Can everybody see that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you see how there's this kind of hooked precinct right here. These 4 on the outer edge, they deemed as part of Banglatown.
I can't
So
read.
really-
I can't read the names, Rebecca. Can you?
Yep, I'm trying to increase it for you.
Okay.
So that would cut
Is it
what
better?
we have as a neighborhood on our outline. It would cut that neighborhood, I'm thinking.
Well, but this was a specific request for a community of interest.
I know, I'm just saying, it doesn't match the neighborhoods that we have the outline of.
I think though they're really on the north end more or less, aren't they? Because in Hamtramck or Highland Park, closer to the north end, like I'm not sure. I can't see it hardly.
So what is that bottom road that I can't tell?
I can't either. My
The
God.
Etzel Ford Freeway?
Okay.
Isn't that Hamtramck? Just the city of Hamtramck?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Hamtramck and then a few precincts around that they had identified as communities of interest.
And that was to the north. The
Right.
Banglatown was to the north of Hamtramck.
I think if you could put them closer to the northeast with Hamtramck, it was an area over there, a neighborhood that they were ventured into and they wanted to be part of that. And I think it was in the northeast area, close to Hamtramck or Highland Park or whichever one they're in.
Okay, so just need to figure out the names of some of the roads so that we can try and get the right port in.
You need me to zoom that back up again?
Well, what is the, let's see, on the southwest edge, what is the name of that street?
Southwest. This is the Etzel right here. This is
Yeah.
Etzel.
Right, the one going north, so John
R.
John R is this boundary here.
Okay. So
Is it the North End neighborhood?
Yeah,
There's a
they
big
would,
chunk of it, and Arden Park maybe.
no, I don't think it's Arden Park. I think it's,
Milwaukee Junction is right there. Medbury Park.
So I'm gonna stop sharing so Kent can share again.
yeah, and
Yeah,
let's try to see.
I at least recognize where we're talking now on the
Commissioner
screen.
Wagner, do you have a comment?
Yes, I was just wondering if Ms. Reinhardt had that she could had a link to that she could share in chat, and then we could pull it up individually while Kent shares his screen, so we all had it.
Oh, okay.
A
Well,
link to the community of interest.
this is the curved road that is this is Grand Boulevard, and she was referring to Etzel, which isn't that it right there? So that was the curved part. So at least in the map, what I was looking at, this North End, what is called North End neighborhood, I defined it. It looks like that was what she was referring to from, this area here, kind of where I'm moving my cursor.
Right. Yeah, it
Does
does look
that
like it.
look familiar,
So-
Rebecca? Kind of.
You're muted, Rebecca.
Sorry, up to Tennyson, along Joan R to the south to the Etzel.
So that's
Can you
one.
can you select by precincts?
Yes,
Because that's what they use in District R's. They use precincts.
right. And it looked like most of North End down in this area right here. So let me just select some and let me get precincts chosen. But it really did look like in that map, kind of like this, wasn't it? Because that was the
Yeah.
curved road, and then it was up to the left of it. I don't know how far exactly, but those are precincts.
Yep.
And what is highlighted splits Medbury Park, Milwaukee Junction, North End, Arden Park, and Gateway neighborhood boundaries.
I don't know about Arden Park and Gateway.
I'm not familiar with Gateway. I'm not too familiar with that. I've
But-
heard of Arden Park, but not Gateway.
This is the John R. Road. Right here, the boundary of the precinct. So that's John R. right here.
Okay. Okay, so
Where's Tennyson? Tennyson.
I don't know.
It would be the north boundary, but
Yeah, that was the top north boundary.
yeah, I would need him to zoom in to see if that's going up to Tennyson.
Where we want to go up here?
I think
Zoom in
Tennyson is
there.
over there near Highland Park. Isn't Tennyson near Highland Park?
That's Woodland. I don't know what's called the north boundary. Let's see. This is, it's a dotted line that is something. I can't really make it out. So that's Oakland. Right here is Oakland. Oakland Street.
Oakland is like a neighborhood too. Yeah.
And then there's a line right here between Tennyson and Woodland.
So I think the northern boundary was Tennyson on their map.
Yep.
Mhm.
Or would it, this is a dotted line underneath there. You zoom in. I don't know what that is. If it's, well, it could be, is that the
It's a
boundary of
railroad.
Highland
I was gonna
Park?
say it's a train track.
Yeah.
with the
Change it.
boundary of Highland Park. Because there's Highland Park right here.
Okay. So can you zoom back out?
Outward.
So where you have highlighted right now, where is Tennyson in comparison to that top line?
It's, oh, yeah, I'm gonna zoom back. It's right up north of it, just a bit. I'll zoom back in a moment. It's right in front of that pointer right there. That's Tennyson, I think. Let me make sure. That's Tennyson, yeah, just north of it. And that's Woodland just south of it.
My screen is showing me something different, so
Wow.
I'm seeing all of Detroit area.
Did you zoom in or zoom out? Like
I
say-
did not know.
Okay.
Okay, now I see the
Okay,
highlighted.
so there's a lag, so I'm trying to go slower. So that little green line just north of it is
Okay.
Tennyson.
Okay, so what you have highlighted right now, put into 9.
Now it's split in, a lot
Right.
of neighborhoods. All right, put it in that.
Yeah.
Okay, and yeah. Now, so actually that makes the numbers really good for 8. However, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
Yeah, I
neighborhoods, but you can do as you.
I would like to clean those up. So,
The vast majority of the north end neighborhood, these 3 lower neighborhoods are in 9.
right. So would you please go to blocks and put the rest of those 3 neighborhoods into 9 first?
Let me. It's doing it slowly. Let me. I don't understand why it does. Yeah. It doesn't like for me to zoom in and out. I'm just a 0 population, just cleaning up the little hanging out districts. I mean blocks. I'm gonna slide up here. Arden Park.
So yeah, let's see. Okay, zoom out just a little bit. I can't see where we are. Okay, Gateway. I'm thinking that take the part that got a 9, put it by block back into 8.
Okay.
Unless anyone sees that really should be in 9.
We have neighborhood boundaries again split in census block. So it comes down to where it looks like these 2 census blocks, it looks like there's more
Right.
dwellings that are on the 9 side of the district than on the 8 side. There again, so whatever you want to do with those blocks, and we got Arden Park.
Okay. Arden Park, I'm thinking should go to 8, but Juanita, or anyone, what do you think? Any thoughts?
Well, I got muted for a minute, so I kind of took my mind off what you were thinking, but can you repeat your last sentence?
Yeah, so Arden Park right there is split between 8 and 9. I'm thinking that it should go back into 8 along with Gateway is an 8, and so I'm thinking Arden Park should be an 8, but I don't know.
I'm not too familiar with the kind of that seems like the back end of, I'm not too familiar with that area.
I mean, you have to balance the population, so just balance the population.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
Okay, so Kent, by block, will you try to make Arden Park all in 8? Looks like it has split census blocks again.
Yeah, so it comes down to 6 of one, a half dozen of the other, but we can zoom in. There again, kind of look at the number of dwellings and choose which side. Can you guys see that those little gray dots are representative, I think, of dwellings?
I say leave it there for now, and we can revisit it if we decide it needs to change. So now 9 is the one that has the population, so I want to scoot some over to the other side.
Yep. Yep. This is one, in the southern part, this is one neighborhood.
Right.
And if you move that, this Forest Park almost has to either go with that. I mean, it doesn't have to, but just
right
appearance wise. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can you select McDougal Hunt and see what the population is? Where your cursor was down there.
Right. Yes. I'm going to get some tool, the proper tool.
Anthony, you have your hand up?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Kent, remind me if I'm wrong, but due to how the census does things with their new privacy differential, the census block population isn't necessarily 100% accurate. Is that correct? I remember talking about that when we first did this after the census came out, but I don't know if new information has come forth since.
Technically, that is correct, but we have to keep in mind that there's so many census blocks that, when you talk about a census block, let's say that has 50 people in it, it might be off by 1, but I think the chances are more like 1 in 10 or 15,000.
Oh.
So, they build in noise. So technically you can't hone in on exactly who or what lives in that census block. If it's a small number, you actually can't. But yet it's so scattered about, if you're moving a few people, it might be 1 here and 1 there, but not statistically, as far as I know, an issue in any fashion.
Juanita, you have your hand up?
Yes, I'm concentrating on this Forest Park. It's a lot of apartment buildings there with a lot of people in them. And I think that's what's near there, around there. There's apartment buildings at Forest Park. It's right behind the medical center, near the medical center, and around the medical center is all kinds of apartment buildings.
So this part that Kent is attempting to highlight right here, do you think that would go okay in 11? Which has the downtown and then up the river?
That's 16.
Possibly, yeah. We can try it and see.
That's
how many?
Yeah, 1,642.
Okay.
It kind of cuts off Forest Park.
Right. So move what you have highlighted into 11 and Forest Park into 11.
That's actually more, that's almost 2,000. So Forest Park is small geographically, but there must be townhouses, condos or something.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
There are a lot of apartments and
So we need it.
townhouses and stuff.
Okay, so 11's good.
This is a 0 block here. I'm just gonna assign that
Oh, yes, please.
to something. So, not that. We're gonna put that in 11 just so that it
Yeah.
appears better.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, can you zoom out?
Further.
Yeah, so I can see.
I know we got a little lag here. Right now I'm looking at all of 11 and 12.
Oh, okay. So it looks like 10 and mostly 12 need some population. And where's it coming from?
Yeah, 12 definitely needs something.
So I will leave that for the next person. I do see up there at the top of 11 next to 12, it looks like we have some split neighborhood in Wade, but I don't know what the geography is there.
One can help with it. One is on the positive side, so it could help with some, and 5 is on the positive side, but it's over there a ways now. So there may be, you may choose to do more ripple or, circular movement of population, but.
Okay, well, I'll let Rebecca try and solve that last problem.
All righty, so Kent, I just request you save just because we've been locking up.
Yeah.
Can you create a clone of this map for me, please?
Yes. I also have that plan that you sent in if you want to.
Nope, I don't need it.
Okay. So
Thank
I'll
you, though.
close it, copy it, and we'll start over. Not start over,
Let's not start over, please.
That plan is going to be version 2.
So this is just the 17th version 2.
Yes. And the COL, I may have already stated that, stands for collaborative.
Collaborative, yeah.
Version 2, open.
Okay, so if you can scroll into to the west side of Detroit.
I am, since it, yeah, there she goes.
Yeah, I know. You gotta be patient.
Okay,
So
yeah.
districts 3, 4, 15, and I think that's 16, the corner that we're seeing right now.
I don't.
Whoops.
Yeah, it confuses me why it does stuff sometimes. But it did it. Okay, there's where we left off with.
So I kind of want you to zoom into 3 and 4 a little bit, kind of put them more central. And then you said you can not right now select by township.
Correct. Traded off blocks for townships. I think that's going to be all fixed, and by the time we get finished lunch or take a break. That's my understanding. I'm not swearing to any of it because I'm not doing it. So.
All right, can you zoom in just a touch? Because I want to rebalance District 4 and District 3.
Oh, yes. Okay.
So
right now,
I want to put Dearborn back into Dearborn, but I'm trying to see where the border is.
I should have been able to layer. I'm trying to think where that layer. It's CCDs. Well, it would follow precinct boundaries, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So these big numbers are the precinct boundaries. There's Dearborn. did it go up this way? Didn't it? It was somewhere.
So Dearborn kind of pops up and then comes back down.
Yeah,
So
like
it's,
up here. And then
yeah,
come back, and then it comes back down like that, I think, or something like that.
let me just zoom
Or it
in.
goes all the way up there. I don't know.
I'm just gonna zoom in on mine so I can grab something. Yeah, so you need to go up to Tireman is what you need to do. It's a lot harder if you can't do it. So all right, so starting with 4, where that area in 4 is, right, that you kind of have your cursor in right now. Can you just
Okay.
start selecting the precincts along there?
Yes.
And we're gonna go up to Tireman, which I believe is that road right across. But just start selecting precincts, I'll be able to tell you. Tireman is a west-east road.
So that road right there is Warren directly above.
Yep, it's farther north than that. It's the
Okay.
next one up.
Like up here.
Yeah, that right where you have your
Yeah,
mouse. you
that's
can zoom in.
Tireman. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to go all the way up to Tireman.
Including to the right here, I take it.
Yep, so that whole area that's in 4 right now, I want to put into Dearborn because that is Dearborn.
Okay, so you want to put that into 3, correct?
Yep, and I think you need to go up one more row.
All right, I'm gonna sign this.
Just double check the road, but I'm pretty
I
sure you
will.
need to go.
Yeah. No, that's Tireman.
Okay, so you're good there.
Yeah, it's
So then
split.
zoom back out.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I want you to go over into kind of the purple area. Actually, no, above the purple area, you see that kind of area just to the west of 4. That's part of Detroit that I want to put back into Detroit.
Yeah, we want to turn on the neighborhood layers. Or do you?
It actually will help because it will show the border between Dearborn and Detroit if you do that.
Yep.
Okay, so if you could just kind of pull the screen over a little bit so we can see that border.
So, yeah. What are we looking for now?
So those areas that are, currently see neighborhoods, that's Detroit. That's been put into a Dearborn district. I want to put that back into a Detroit district.
Oh, okay.
So all of that, you're going
All
to put
of
back
those.
into Detroit. So anything that's currently in the Dearborn district that's not in Dearborn, we're going to put back to Detroit.
So you want, when you say that, we want to put it in for 4 right now?
Yep.
Okay. Now I have to do the rest by blocks. Actually, because when I select precincts over here, now that works. I select this precinct. You see how it goes all the way up into here?
Yeah,
You want to
That's
put
all right.
that part of that's coming out of 16.
that's okay. Just go ahead and
Okay.
assign it.
I don't think it drops 16 a bit, but anyway, there we are.
Okay, so 4 is overpopulation, 3 is underpopulation. So let's go back down into Dearborn a little bit.
Okay.
So we're going to need to carve out some of 15. We're going to shift things a little bit here.
15, okay.
So again, I want you to take those areas that are Dearborn, kind of in the center there, next to where the number 15 is, and start putting them back into Dearborn.
Where it says 1612. Okay.
And I want you to stay north of Michigan Avenue, which is the diagonal line that's coming up.
That runs all the way down.
Yep, right there. That base is Michigan, so you're good. So go north of there.
It's a split.
Yep, just keeps.
Do we want to go all the way to 26?
No, because no, that's Dearborn
Okay.
Heights.
I got you. I'm clear. Let me start over here and start.
Yeah,
doing-
that up and down strip is actually Dearborn Heights.
Okay. So all that goes to 4, right?
Mm-hmm. To
3.
3, yeah.
And continue this way like this.
Yep. Hold on, let me just look at what I'm looking at here. So if you can find Ford Road for me, we want to kind of continue.
Where is that? Up here?
That's
Warren right here at the cursor.
too far north.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, can you, oh, there it is, 153.
Yeah.
That's Ford Road right there. So that's going to be the northern boundary. All right.
Do we continue?
So we need to take out these kind of diagonal precincts that are popping up near Michigan Avenue. We're going to put those into Dearborn.
This here,
Yep.
that.
Yep. All right. And you're going to do one more.
Another.
Yep.
1471.
Yep. Right there. And that
What
should
about
be
four?
good.
All right.
Let's see. Wait till it updates.
So 3 now is
Oh, we went over. Okay.
way over.
How did that happen? We were just,
Well, we went in, I mean, those two are.
so add that back to 15.
Or 30 some thousand, 30, yeah. So 3 is 9,000 over. Is that making sense?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Because it's not changing as you're adding and subtracting those districts.
Did we do, was I supposed to include that one and that one?
Hold on.
Do they're irregular shapes. I'm just wondering if you had them.
Just looking here.
You see these irregular shape down here too, that.
Sorry, my computer is locked up on me. Just give me a second.
I guess the question I'm at, I mean, do you recall if this diagonal line were these in 15 maybe?
Give me 1 second, Ken. Sorry, I have Autobahn Edge open at the same time and it's causing problems. So just give me 1 second. I'm going to shut that down.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
I see errors popping up in this plan.
There we go. Okay, I'm sorry. So what were you saying? You're rebuilding it?
Yeah, and I saw a couple of errors pop up, which concerns me.
Yeah.
Especially since the numbers aren't making sense.
Yeah, it should be adding up about right.
Yeah, and they're well off. Okay, just to make sure, this narrow piece here, is that the way it's supposed to be? Does that look familiar?
Yeah, because that's Dearborn Heights.
And okay. And this snaggly piece down here, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Well, we'll see once you get the rebuild, because that was, when you move that out, it didn't make any change in the numbers, and it should have.
So right now, 3 is 9% over. It needs to come down.
Right. So we're going to put, but that doesn't seem right to me. If I still feel like some things
Okay. Yeah.
off there. Because Dearborn has about 100,000 people, 110,000 people in it.
Okay.
But that's all right. So we can put some of that back into 15 if you want to follow that diagonal line.
We'll do it by blocks.
Yeah.
And this will tell us what's going on right quick.
Yeah, yeah.
There should be at least a few thousand going into 15.
Mm-hmm.
And it's slow. Okay. Yeah, it did it opposite of what we thought it was going to do. Am I right? Or
Yeah. So can you grab that lower neighborhood down at the very bottom of that diagonal you just followed and put that into 15 as well? Yep, right there.
so 15. Is this starting to make sense number wise?
Yep.
Okay.
So we're still a bit over, right?
Yeah.
So grab the next neighborhood above that.
You want to do just like along this?
Yeah.
I'm asking, because that would do, precincts again.
Yeah.
And that's only 111 and like that. That's 2,400. And you want to try taking this whole section here or?
I think that's going to be too much population.
Okay. Yeah, 3 now is at 0.88. And I got
That's fine. So we're good there.
I got a little stray piece here. Let's
Yeah.
just assign that. So it doesn't come back later. Okay, 0.88. All right, next.
All right, so then we're gonna go to the northern part of Dearborn Heights and bring in that neighborhood right there, East-West Detroit neighborhood.
Okay, what area? This?
Where you just, yep, that part that's in 4. We're gonna put into 15 because we're trying to rebalance 15.
Oh, this part. Okay.
Yep, so that's the River Rouge and then that East-West Detroit neighborhood. And if that's not enough, we'll take part of Warrendale.
So let me get a little select precincts. Yeah, 15. And it did go into Warrendale. We'll clean that up as necessary. 15 is still way down.
Mm-hmm. So check, take part of Warrendale. How much is that population wise? So that's too much.
Yeah, it's a little too much.
Yeah. So I would take the southern part of Warrendale rather than the whole thing.
And that's 8,500.
That's perfect. So put that
right
in.
there at it. Oh, we probably should put this part of Warrendale back. I'm not, let me rephrase that. Warrendale is split up here.
Yeah.
Want to reassign those census blocks back to Warrendale or?
How much population is it?
Yeah, let's take a quick look. Probably a fair number. 1,000 people. Now we could do it by whole precinct.
Well, I'd actually rather not, because then it's going to throw off 4. So 4 is pretty close.
Okay.
Well,
actually 4 is still 2,500. Yeah, it would go up. Yes.
Yeah, it would go up. So I'd actually rather grab a few of those blocks and put them into 15. And then those 3 districts will be balanced.
Okay, so what if we did this? Let me clear it. I'm listening for your suggestion, but I was just gonna follow the pattern of above.
Yeah, and just take that next row of neighborhoods,
kind of thing.
next row of houses. Yeah.
That's 1,000. I mean, we could come down here and get you know, the whole precinct. So it might be split in a neighborhood, but you're doing a whole precinct anyway. And that'd
Yeah,
be
why don't you try that?
2,100.
Yeah, try that and see how it bounces.
So, you know, so 4 is at 400, 15 is at 1,600 over.
And they're all within our range. So I think that's good.
And you could slide more back into 4 out of 15. You could do something like, anyway.
All right.
So
Yep. No, I'm good with that.
you gonna leave it right here just like this?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, next is Janice Follett. Oh, Anthony, you have a comment?
Yeah, I'd be remiss to say how strongly I disagree with these changes. You know, as I said yesterday, I think we've gone far beyond what can be considered a reasonable change to the districts that have been struck down. Now we're looking at, not only are we looking at districts that are 3 and 4 districts west of what were shut down, in districts 4, 3, 15, and a little bit of 16. But in my opinion, as this commission's only Middle Eastern member, it completely disenfranchises what hundreds of people told us. But that's my opinion. Commissioner Zell can make her map and we can decide later, but I want you all to know my opinion and consider it, because we're going from 3 potential districts where that's supported an Arab American community of interest to now 1. And I understand maybe going to 2, and I kind of like what you did, Rebecca, at the beginning when you were putting more of Detroit with 4 and more of Dearborn in 3. I think given the changes that went with 4, that makes a little bit of sense. But once you went more westward, in my opinion, I think that's a disservice. And I think it's too far out anyways from the reconfiguration that we have to do.
So I disagree with you completely. Remember, I grew up in Dearborn, lived there for 35 years. What this map is trying to honor is the Arab American community in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, which is where they're mostly distributed. So previously, this district was divided 50-50 Detroit and Dearborn, which I don't think honors either community of interest. I think Detroit would rather just be with Detroit and Dearborn would rather just be with Dearborn. So this reunifies those communities that we previously split. It keeps the portions of Dearborn that can't fit into Dearborn because it's too populated into Dearborn Heights. So now you have Dearborn Heights and Dearborn together in 2 districts. And then it grabs those areas of Detroit that have very high Middle Eastern populations right along Warrendale and Warren Avenue in that east-west Detroit neighborhood. So I think quite to the contrary, I think this is actually better for the Arab American population. And it's consistent with the community of interest maps that Access has submitted to us. So I think this is a much better map for Detroit and for the Arab Americans in Dearborn as well.
Commissioner Lang?
Well, obviously, I don't know Detroit well, but my personal opinion on it, we hacked up so many communities of interest the first time around. I say give the people what they want. That's what we heard over and over again. So any map, I don't care what map, if it fits what the people, specifically the people of Detroit want, I say go for it. That's it.
And we will hear what they say about this. It looks like Commissioner Callahan.
Yeah, that's why I really regret the decision that we made earlier not to have someone from outside the commission go through and do an analysis of what the public comments were from the beginning of this commission all the way till now, because I haven't had the privilege of attending any of the town halls. We're under a really, really tight deadline to get this finished, and I can't possibly, nor can the other 2 new commissioners possibly go back and listen and re-review all the town halls and the 30,000 public comments and all comments someone made on any map they submitted and synthesize that information and make much use of it. So it's really regrettable that we don't have a good synopsis and summarized version that was put together for the commission to use. And then we would be able to look at the public comments and figure out what really did we hear from the public on this. Is it this is the mapping that they would prefer from a Detroit perspective and from an Arab community perspective, or are we really doing away with the community interest? And I don't have any way of knowing that. That's unfortunate. So if anybody can provide me some guidance there of how we can get to a good understanding of that from where we are at this point in the process, I would appreciate it.
Okay, well, I will say we will have the various public comments coming in, and they will be able to put the dots on the map that we are working on, all the different maps that we're working on. So there will be information coming in. And I think that we can synthesize some of the heat maps and public comments that we had from before for you. Nate Fink, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just wanted to reiterate comments I made yesterday about the importance of focusing on making changes to districts that were not struck down only as reasonably necessary. I'm going to read to you directly from the court's order, January 11th, 2024. The court said that the court expects that the district lines for not only the unconstitutional districts, but also other districts as reasonably necessary will be redrawn. So I think it's very important to stay focused on that. I hear concerns that some commissioners are expressing about perhaps issues that certain commissioners feel like were not addressed, were not responsive, perhaps to public comment even during the last round of redistricting, but the court has not instructed a full redraw of the entire state or even of the entire region. It's instructed this commission to only redraw districts that were not struck down as reasonably necessary. Just wanted to reiterate what I mentioned yesterday, said it again today. I'll probably say it again in the future, but I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, you have something else?
Yeah, I was just going to say the interpretation of what's reasonably necessary is obviously subjective. I believe these changes are reasonably necessary. Commissioner Eid is welcome to disagree. That's exactly why I asked to create a copy of the map before I made these changes so that we would have two maps going forward. So I think that's a reasonable approach, and then we can let the public decide. I mean, they'll put this out there as well and make their own public comments. And like I said, I think this is actually a better setup for the community of interest in Dearborn, Detroit, and Dearborn Heights.
Commissioner Lang?
Yeah, I just want to say, when listening to the court case, I specifically remember one of the judges also stressing focus on communities of interest. So if we're fixing the spokes and we're replacing it with community of interest, I think our odds are pretty good. And that's just me. But the judge did say, focus on the community of interest aspect.
Commissioner Eid?
And that's what Rebecca said was right. That's totally fine. We can respectfully agree to disagree. And we can have different opinions. And it's not the worst thing in the world, I'll tell you that. So maybe we can, hear what the public has to say. But as far as this word necessary goes, it's not necessary. You can fix the districts, you can redraw them without making all of these changes in other districts. So my understanding of the word necessary, I grew up in a house that spoke both English and Arabic and Chaldean. So maybe my understanding of the word necessary is not right. But to me, necessary means you have to do it in order to achieve compliance. Now, I don't know, maybe we can get an opinion on what the word necessary means, because that seems to be where there's confusion.
Okay, we are ready to continue drawing. It's Commissioner Villette's turn.
Pass.
So then it is Commissioner Wagner's turn.
Hello. I am really not feeling well, but I would like to know if Commissioner Zatella and Commissioner Curry will help me with Detroit, please. And thank you.
So I'm happy to help. I want to continue along the same lines of what I've been doing. We're just going to work on this map. And so we're going to go to the very west edge of Detroit. So we have 16 and 17. This again were districts where we stretched into the suburbs to try to reduce the Black community. I want to make this a more Detroit-centered district. So I want to take 17 and bring it down mostly in Livonia and Redford. And then I want to bring 16 up. And I particularly want to preserve those neighborhoods of Rosedale Park, Minnick, and Westwood. So Kent, can you see the border of where Redford is? I think it's pretty clear when you had it zoomed out. If you leave the Detroit map on, it makes it more clear. The neighborhood map.
Yeah, I got the neighborhoods up there. Where are we?
So basically that entire area in green underneath 17, we're going to start converting over to, we're going to convert the area of 16 over to 17, and then we're going to bring 16 up.
Okay, so Evergreen and North Rosedale and Rosedale Park are all going to be part of 17. Is that what you're saying?
Nope, they're going to be part of 16.
Okay.
So instead of having two districts pancaked on top of each other, they're going to be side by side.
Okay, so O'Hare, Evergreen, and Five Points is going to be part of 16.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to start with that.
And that's, reunifying these Detroit neighborhoods.
Commissioner Weiss, you have a hand up?
Yes, I do. Listening to all this comment, I understand, Rebecca, you would like to do these things. So my suggestion is you take this present map that you just did, make a copy, then turn around and take the map and now make these other changes you'd like to make. So in my thinking, we have maybe 3 or 4 or 5 different maps already done and made up with different configurations of the communities that needed to be fixed and ones that did not need to be fixed. Thank you.
So I appreciate the suggestion, but I think that's what Anthony was trying to do yesterday with his map where he was pulling out districts. So I would just encourage him to focus on that. I do have individual maps. I'll submit individually, but go ahead, Commissioner Wagner.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Zotella. Commissioner Weiss, thank you for your opinion. But this is my map drawing turn and I'm fine with this. I'm paying attention. So thank you.
I don't have a problem with Rebecca doing this, what I wanted her to do, because she's going to take a map that, by the looks of it, all the numbers are green. Looks like a pretty good map. Keep that as a map to turn in and now take it and add these changes, which would give us another map to turn into the public.
This is already a copy though, Richard. It's already a copy.
Yes, but you're going to take this and change it again. That's my suggestion is you've got the one.
You want to make a third copy?
Yes, ma'am. That's my thinking. Just a thought.
Commissioner Lev?
I agree with Richard. I think we should take a copy of the map that Rebecca ended up with before she started on these changes for her third turn today. And so then we can have comparisons as we go. It might not be a bad idea, in fact, to create those copies after everybody finishes their mapping. Then we know where everybody finished up.
It's actually not my third turn today. I just had my turn and Commissioner Wagner is asking me to help her with her turn. So that would be a second.
Yeah, we know how that works, Rebecca.
So Ken.
I think the snide comments can
Point of
exactly,
order.
snarky, you know, it's
Point of
fine, but it's
order.
you.
Yes, point of order. Everyone needs to not talk over each other. We're here to map. It's totally fine to make, Kent can make copies and so that we can have a record of where we were at different points. That shouldn't be offensive to anyone. Commissioner Lang, do you have something else?
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. I want to stress that too. I think we've all had a lot of stress and infighting going on. We're trying to be respectful in this process. I feel like we're trying to be respectful. So let's limit the digs. But if you want to take one, you can take one at me. I got thick skin.
Well, I also just,
Anyways.
I think we should let people have their turns. I mean, Commissioner Lett, you had a very extensive turn today. You were drawing for, I think, almost 2 hours, and not once did anyone interrupt you or stop you or criticize what you were doing. So I think I'm just entitled to the same courtesy, as is Commissioner Wagner. So
Well,
Kent, can you,
as you said, let's not be snarky.
that wasn't snarky. I'm just asking you to be respectful. Mr. Stegall, can you please create another version of this, and then we'll start doing those same changes.
Kent, you're muted.
I was just saying, one thing about having extra copies, God forbid something happens to my machine, at least we can, we're back to a previous stage. That's the way I look at it. I make copies all the time. Backups.
Yeah, for those of us whose reading glasses are not the greatest, will you just tell me what you're renaming this one to, please?
It's going to be version 3, and my computer just shut down on the autobound. So
I swear.
Like I said, I like having a backup or something every few hours. Okay, let me get back over here. Share screen. Yeah, okay, now it's back, and this plan is 01/17/24 _ collaborative map. I am sharing the screen, double checking all my.
Yes.
All my. Is that everybody can see what we got going on here? And now we're go back up to 16-17 era.
Yep.
Commissioner. I'm gonna cut on the neighborhood
Yeah,
layers.
because that will help.
Okay. So best I recall is all of these Detroit neighborhoods that are currently in 17, we're gonna put in 16.
Right.
And the next step was to take this portion of 16 and put in 17,
Yes.
something like.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
That's all right. Just go ahead for now.
Yeah, exactly.
We might have to adjust that a little bit.
clear selection. All right. I'm gonna start right here. Something like that. And 17. So that's it. I don't know why it's doing the precinct in two pieces. Something like that go into 17.
Yeah, I would go ahead and put that.
That's 6,000. Or this, that goes into 22. We can go and get that back.
Yeah.
We'll go over here right now and put this back into 22.
Okay.
Or leave it like it is.
Let's just leave it for now. Does it throw off 22? No. So let's just leave it for now. So we're not splitting a
No,
precinct.
Yeah, it's
And
whole.
just continue to go down. Yeah.
So we're gonna 25 is right here. So
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That's 8,000. So now 16 is 4% low and 17 is 1.5 high.
1.5 high.
Let
So
me change. I'm gonna change the color of 25. So
I know it's hard to tell.
let me change it again. 25. So where you're at is, 16, 17. 17's high, 16.
So we need about 1,000 from 17 into 16. So let's go up to that corner right where Redford is. So you see that little at the bottom of that neighborhood. Yeah.
Here?
South of 6, up higher.
There?
So you see where Brightmoor is? I want to go up and to the left of Brightmoor. So that south of 6 neighborhood,
South, up in here.
up higher. See the neighborhood south of 6?
Yeah,
So just
we're
south-
delayed. Yeah, we're south of 6.
South of 6, that neighborhood underneath there, that's part of Redford, we're going to put into Detroit.
This whole precinct?
You'd have to select the precinct. I think that's going to be too much.
Okay. All right, those blocks are 1,300, so the whole precinct may actually fit.
Yep, then just do the whole precinct.
I'm getting there. You said, Tom. So that's 1,500. Does that work for you?
Yep, put it into 16. All right, and can you scroll out so Aaron can take a look? What do you think, Aaron?
So far, am I still muted? So far, it looks fine to me, Rebecca.
Okay.
We seem to be fine. I was just looking at the variations in population on those two. Like 16 and 5. I don't know if we're going to adjust as we go or what.
Oh, because 16 is a little high.
Just,
So we need a bit more population. So let's add a little bit more, Kent.
from 17.
Mm-hmm.
I was just looking to see if there was any other split neighborhoods. Okay. Directional. Like this area here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'd go underneath because that's part of the Rouge Park complex. So there may not be a ton of people there.
That's just a funny precinct.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna move it on down, by block. I don't know. That's only 147.
That might be enough. So just add that in and let's see. Yep,
So it gets you below the 255.
yep.
I don't know if, well, 17, you don't want to take too many out of there. So yeah, okay.
All right. Look good, Aaron? It's balanced now.
It does look good, thank you.
Okay, next to draw is Commissioner Weiss.
All right, Ken, I think there was an issue in District 12.
12
You
is,
could-
is,
Yes, blow that up. I think it's a little under. There might be a way to tweak that, I guess. If you could bring that area up.
briefly, 1 is a little high, 8 is barely low, 9 is barely high, 10 is low, and 12 is low. So generally,
Well, in that area, the area of Wade County, I guess that is, or Wade District or Wade Neighborhood, whatever that may be. How much is the population there? Because it looks like we have a few that are in 12 that could be, or could be in 12, or all of Wade could be in 12.
that part of, get over here and get to it. I don't know if you can, let's just say, it doesn't work. It's already in.
Or just put all of Wade in 12. Let's see what happens. Make it
okay.
simple.
Sure. Oh, that's Ravendale. Sorry. Let me back up. That's gonna, that, actually, now, numbers wise, 12 is 1.2 low, 11's 205 low, and 10 is 2.77. So really you just, if you wanted them all, if it was important to have them all 2.55%, 10 is the only one that needs a handful of people to meet that criteria.
10's way over to the right, and I thought that was an area that was already drawn.
It is, but we can't
considered.
get any, we can't take people from Canada. They frown on it.
Yeah, that was already decided. They wanted that as a community of interest, I believe.
Yeah.
That's a Grosse Pointe area.
Yeah, it's from Grosse Pointe Park north to St. Charles. 13 has 641 people at high, and 10 is 2,500 low. I mean, you could do something there. 11, yeah.
If we were to take, let's see, go into 13, please, on the right-hand side, just above 12, that little corner right there. How many is that?
Let's see. That is 1,700.
All right, put that into 10 or into 12, excuse me, and let's see what.
Into 12 or
Yes.
into 10?
No, into 12.
Okay. Yeah. So 12 is 581 high. 13 is 1.2% low, and 10 is 2.77 low.
Like I said, I don't really want to mess with 10 because I thought that was all set as a community of interest. I don't like the number in 10, but I don't know what we should do about that. So I guess since I see all the green, I'm not that happy. I guess I'm done.
Okay. Then it is Commissioner Andrade's.
Okay, can we go back to the map that Commissioner Orton was working on?
Yesterday,
No, this afternoon,
Or this
Oh.
morning?
this
Yeah,
morning.
previous to this plan, or two previous to this plan, something like that.
Yes.
Let me, was this the first one today? Is that right, Commissioner? Or,
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. I think we only had one. I'm not sure that we completed the east side of that one.
well, yeah, we'll see it here in a moment. Let me get these neighborhood layers straightened out. Okay, so where we are at, oh, I guess that was the last place we were, was down in this. Okay. So again, 10, 11, and 12, 1, 8 were the districts down in Detroit that.
Yeah, so we basically have to do what Commissioner Weiss was working on. I see like 12 is low. So if we could do similar, yep,
Do what Commissioner Weiss did here.
yep, add that weight in.
Put that 12.
And my interest here is just to have a complete map, like, so everything works.
So now we got 12 is 1.26 low. And what else are we looking at? 9 is pretty much 0.25%.
Yeah.
11 is 2.05.
So we need to, yeah, nobody wanted to touch 10. Maybe someone could remind me if you zoom out a little bit,
Okay.
because they said that 10 was pretty well set, but is Cornerstone Village untouchable, that whole part of Cornerstone Village? Does anyone know?
Well, if you took that whole neighborhood that's defined there as Cornerstone Village, I think it would be too much population. And
Too
I
much,
think
but
those three
I-
neighborhoods kind of go together.
Yeah, oh, okay, because I couldn't remember if Brittany had said Morningside and East English Village, which makes sense to me, in Chandler Park. Those all make sense, but I'm not sure about the
All you really need is a couple of hundred people, I think, to get it under, to get it to 2.5 or lower. You don't, I mean, if that's, the basic goal.
If you took the top half of the Cornerstone Village and put it in 10, would that work?
Let's just see what a whole precinct looks like. I don't know. So that whole precinct is 1,000. And that would make 11 too low. So then we drop back and look at it from the perspective of blocks. That's just 18. We're still on 18. I don't,
I thought that one section you had highlighted was 1,700.
it was, and that would, I'm sorry, the reason why I didn't speak to that, I kind of left that out. 1,700 would have been a big number to take from 11, is what
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I don't want to.
It would fit into 10 well.
Yeah, but it would mess up 11. We could do that if that's what you want to do.
Commissioner Weiss has a hand up.
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Andrade, I was thinking, since I didn't think of this right till now, what if we were to go north, which would keep us along the shoreline? I believe that's area or district 61. I don't really know what's up there. So if we were to check that out, maybe there's a possibility of taking some population from there and putting it in. Is that 61 or what is that?
62 is the one.
62. What's the population then?
It is 1,000 under, which is 1.17%.
So it looked, yeah,
you can take a couple few hundred people from.
if you stole a few from 61, put them into 62, bring that up a little, then you may be able to take a few from 62 and put them into 10. I guess maybe that might work. I'll leave that to you. Thank you.
Like those 3 little census blocks in 62 are 550 people. There's a lot of people up there. But anyway, or you could just do. I'm waiting for direction and clicking.
Commissioner,
The populations are way, I don't know what the populations are down in 11 and 12. If you could move that back down again on your table.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And Commissioner Eid has a hand up.
Well,
yes.
You could also do if you wanted to, you could do a little bit of 13 over there as well, because we're redrawing 13 anyway.
Right. So.
I'm just clicking on stuff. I'm not making decisions of any sort. Like that's 133 people. I don't know how many you really need to kind of to lower it 0.2. Well, 1% is 900. And you only need to go down a little bit. So I mean, like,
yeah, that's why I was. Well, I know we're gonna
400 or 500 would get it to your 2.5.
Yeah, I still kind of like taking some out of Cornerstone Village.
Okay.
And then messing a little bit with 11 and 12.
There's 140. You want to put those in the 10?
Sure.
Yeah, and you need about another 100 or so to probably get it down.
Okay. Why don't you take the that whole section down to, I know it's 1,700 and we'll have to work on 11 then.
Put that area into 10.
Yes, please.
And this is just some stray blocks. They're probably just like the median in the road.
Mm-hmm.
And no population change, really, just appearances. So there's so 11 needs roughly whatever 12 11 people.
So can we zoom? Can I see more of 11 now?
Yeah. And you could move more from 9 or wherever, or 8 or even 1.
Yeah, I really like 1 though. I like the way 1 is looking.
Could I interject? There's a stray census block right here that's in District 8. I don't think that was the intention.
Yeah, you can fix that.
I think we intended to have that block in 9.
Yeah.
It's 32 people, but for the sake of dealing with it later. Okay.
Any suggestions on that 8, 9, anything from 8 or 9 that can go into? Can you zoom in a little bit on that cultural center?
With this part of Pole Town East appears to be split between 9 and 8.
And you could put that into 9.
It's not showing any population, which is concerning. There is no population. That's what it says on it. It must be a park. It's a commercial area, is it?
It's a lot of industrial and
Yeah. So
I think the incinerator was over that way.
so it'll look better if we put it at 9, but it doesn't move
Yeah,
any people.
just in case of future development.
Well, it's the situation of, if somebody starts you look at it from split neighborhoods, there's really no reason for that neighborhood to be split. Zero population. Anyway, all right, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, so 5 is still a little high. We could start doing that ripple thing. Can we go north of 9?
North and 14 is
Yeah.
14 is 0.07% high.
So how
4 and
much
5
is
have
airport section? If that's all airport, there can't be very much population in there. Is that true? Well, no. Let's see.
precinct, that's 752, 42. It's not a lot of people for the geographic area, but
Yeah. It's more than we want to take out of 9.
yeah, and it like if you did that, they just not,
We zoom out just a little. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, but there's a delay, so I zoom out and then
Oh, yeah,
I'm
okay.
asked, I'm asked to zoom out and then that's too far. So
Commissioner Weiss has his hand up.
Oh, yes.
Numbers here, if I caught them correctly, while Kent was zooming in and out. Gratiot Town Kettering, if you were to take that out, I think it's around 1,400 people, and take it from 9 and put it into 11, that might balance that out a little bit. Or is it more than that? I think it's around 1,400.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let's do that. Thanks.
and then we can unsplit this neighborhood. But yeah, that's 1,400. Put that into 11.
11.
May I suggest putting these census blocks back into District 9 because that's the neighborhood boundaries right there.
Yep.
So now we have 9 at 1.29 low, 11 at 1.57, and 10 at 1.68. So each is less than 2%. They're within 2%.
Okay. I'm done.
Okay, Commissioner Weiss, your hand is still up. Is it still or again?
I'm sorry, I'm old. Gotta forgive me.
Okay. Commissioner Ede, did you mean to have your hand up?
I just wanted to point out that the overall deviation is now below 5%, which is a good thing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next to draw is Commissioner Callahan.
So I have a general question on this map. How many districts did we change that were not challenged districts, that were not court ordered to be changed?
So from my
In the
understanding,
middle, 4 and 9, and I think it was 13 original from the original maps that were challenged that were like in the middle. What were those numbers?
Okay, what was not challenged that are edited in here are 13, 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's basically all the not all, that's not true, but a lot of the districts that are touching or surrounded by the quote illegal district. So again, it would be starting at the bottom left would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 13 and 9. And if I'm not correct, somebody please speak up.
Commissioner Ede, your hand's up.
Two things. One, that is correct. Mr. Callahan, the other map, the other copy of the map has 7 and 14 with the other districts locked. That may be what you're talking about. But this one has those 3 changed, 9, 13, and 4, as well as 6, 5, 3, and 2 changed. My second comment, and I don't think this would count for your turn. It shouldn't, but this is a completed map. I think we should run the partisan fairness analysis and see if we're going down the right track or not in that regard.
That is what I wanted to do. I mean, that's kind of the thing I've been waiting to see.
I should say I have not run the partisan fairness matrix at all right now. So I'd have to ask one of my wingmen to do it.
And
or when y'all plan and take lunch, or did y'all eat lunch earlier, or?
yeah, we already did lunch.
Okay.
And we haven't really had a discussion about if we're going to run partisan fairness numbers after each, when we finish a map, or wait and run them all at the same time that we do VRA analysis. We just haven't discussed it.
Well, it seems to me that, I mean, if we build 5 maps and they're all terribly partisan unfair, then we haven't really accomplished much. I mean, one of the driving forces behind this whole commission is to get nonpartisan maps. So that's very important. I think it would be nice to know that as we go, rather than getting to the end and going, oh shoot, we did them all wrong.
What we do have, sitting in front of us,
Madam Chair, this is Kim Brace.
Yeah.
I believe that there is an opportunity to speak to some of the commissions on Friday about partisan fairness and some of the history of it and what goes into it. So I would urge waiting until some of that training takes place for everyone.
Okay. Commissioner Ede?
Are we meeting on Friday?
No, I think there's just some training for new commissioners.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
I wasn't
Commissioner E.
aware of that.
I wasn't aware of that either.
So, yeah, that's interesting. I can point out now that we have some of the election results in the matrix. It's not VRA. It's, I'm not out offering any legal advice, but you can look at, general, you just kind of get an idea. For example, District 1 in the 12, 16, and 2020 elections, and in 2020, they voted 86+% Biden. The 2016, they voted, 90% for President Clinton. And in 12, 93% for Obama. And there's statewide elections if you want to, kind of put an eyeball on them. And if you have a particular district of interest, you can look directly at it and draw whatever conclusions you want. That's District 11 there.
Okay, Commissioner Eads' hand is up.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything stopping us from running partisan fairness analysis. I think that we have the tool, as far as I know. We can run it. We know what we're comparing it to, which was the original Hickory map. So why wouldn't we run it to see if this map, is going in the right direction or not? Alternatively, we could use the data that Kent just had shown us and count the number of districts that went one way compared to what was in the old map. But as far as I recall, there was nothing in the court opinion preventing us from using partisan fairness. In fact, I think
That is what we're supposed to be using.
I thought we were encouraged to use partisan fairness because that's not race, and race isn't in partisan fairness. Maybe the Fink firm can speak on that if we can run it. Because I don't want to get us in trouble, but I do think we should run it.
I'm not going to say that I can run it right at this moment because I haven't looked at it. I'm assuming that my wing people have run it, but I'd need to send them the plan, or they need to make sure my reports and stuff are running, that I do it correctly. Either way, it doesn't, you take a 5-minute break and I run it. Make sure it works. Make sure it works. However you want to do it, or whether you want to just run down like these composite scores, and do, District 1's 90% Democrat, District
Okay,
2.
Mr. Fink's hand is up, so
There
we
you
will hear what he has
There
to
you
say.
go.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I don't see anything at all in the court's opinion that would suggest that you shouldn't be looking at partisan data through this process. I think that I understand that there will be some training for the new commissioners about, or some information provided to the new commissioners about partisan fairness and some of that information. But I think that it's a perfectly appropriate thing for the commission to be looking at partisan data as you're going through this process, conducting the partisan fairness analysis. I understand the information that's on the active matrix right now that we're looking at now is sort of more raw data, but as Commissioner Callahan noted, I think you said you're supposed to be creating nonpartisan district. That's not entirely true. I think you're supposed to be creating fair districts from a partisan perspective. And I think it's appropriate for you and for other commissioners to be asking to get that information provided to you as you go through this process, and in as much of a real-time fashion as you can, so that you're sure that you are or comfortable that you're creating fair districts as you go along. And so that's just my 2 cents for now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eid, something else?
Is the data any different than what we used last time?
I believe that they added the 22 data in, but I don't know for sure. I see that Kent is gone.
Yeah, Madam Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Brace.
Yes, as I've testified already to you, we have added the 2022 election results. They are on the spreadsheet, and our intention is to share those, and I just lost power. And share the information with you, but I do want to try to get all the commissioners up to the same speed.
Okay, Mr. Fink, your hand is up again.
Yeah, I I don't want to sound like a broken record, but to an extent I probably will. I want to just reiterate, I think it's important that the commission be considering the partisan information on an ongoing basis through this process. And I think that's what the court wants here. You can't consider race, but you really should be and really must be considering the partisan information. And so to the extent that you can get that as you move forward and not, wait till the very end to take a look at that, I think would be the prudent course would be to get that information and consider it real time to the greatest extent possible as you're going through this mapping process. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Eid.
Okay, sorry, I'm not trying to monopolize this conversation. I kind of have a technical question though. How can we have 2022 election data when we have the 2020 census results? Haven't folks moved and whatnot in between 2020 and 2022? And then also previously we used a composite of 10 years of election history and did it from 2010 to 2020 in a composite score. Is it now 2012 to 2022, or is it 2010 to 2022, creating a 12-year composite?
Mr. Brace.
Yes, the composite actually never had 2010 in it, as I remember, because we were dealing with the entire decade and that set of precincts, which started in 2012. That's normally what we end up doing. We have now added the 2022 election results to that 2012 through 2020 composite. And we've created some new composite scores reflecting the entire time period on that side.
Okay, so from my understanding of what you just said, it's 2012 through 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, I mean, this isn't that hard to figure out. I think we can explain the numbers to the new commissioners pretty quickly if they have questions.
Okay, Rebecca.
So, Kim, I actually have a question for you. So from a data perspective, we originally were testing our plans for partisan fairness using the original data set that you just referenced. If there is now a new data set, I'm assuming we can also rerun the Hickory against that new data set, because obviously if the data set is different, the numbers might be different. We can't make an apples to apples comparison if we're using two entirely different data sets. Does that make sense?
Yes, and indeed we are planning for that.
Thank you very much.
And when would we be able to do that?
We're trying to pull some of that data together so that it can be there for the beginnings of the orientation session, and then be able to brief the overall commission next week when we're meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Wagner.
I have a quick question, please. Mr. Brace, we didn't originally have the new data you were just discussing from 2022. And I was just wondering, why are we using it? If somebody could explain that to me, why we're using that and not census data. I understand that everything has changed and everyone has moved around. I'm just wondering where we are legally wise in using that data. Thank you.
We are using the 2020 census data. That has not changed, as I testified already. We're simply adding additional election results, so that one can look ultimately down on the spreadsheet and you can see where things change throughout the decade. The spreadsheet shows for the offices, for collectively and individually for the individual candidates for the offices.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Wagner?
Not really, but I'll go with it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I just think since Mr. Race has indicated that that data set is still something under construction, I think we should hold off on running partisan fairness because we could be unfavor or unintentionally biasing interpretations of maps if we're not comparing apples to apples in terms of what the data is that we have available.
Commissioner Eid.
I guess that's my question. Is it under construction or are we just waiting to brief the new commissioners on it? Because forget about orientating the new commissioners to the data. Is it available? And if it is not available today, when will it be available for us to actually run the report that we were doing previously?
The data
Just a second, Mr. Race.
Sorry.
Looks like Director Woods has his hand up.
Yes, I've reached out to our local council so we can get some clear direction on what's expected from the court. And we'll have that information to you quite shortly. So if we want to take a break or move on, that would be great. But we want to have definitive answers for the commission with regards to the data and the data sets that would be used.
Okay, well, actually, I think it might be time for a break. We've been going a little over a couple hours. So why don't we just take a 10-minute break and come back at 2:15? And then we can move on. It's 2:15, assuming that we have commissioners back. And it is Commissioner Andrada's turn, and I see that Kent might be there. I think maybe we're waiting to hear from Nate Fink first real quick about data.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, were you talking to me? I was on the phone.
No, I think we're waiting for Nate Fink.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Just a moment. Let me. All right, I am back and we have the tables and where do we stand?
I think we are waiting to hear from Nate Fink real quick, but not 100% sure.
Excuse me, I had the volume turned down because I was trying to work. Anyway, what was that? Where am I at? What am I doing? Should I share screen?
We're waiting for Nate Fink to come in.
Okay.
Commissioner Villette, you have your hand up?
While we're waiting, Mr. Bryce, can you answer Commissioner Eads' last question? Is this program not ready? Are you still getting the information that you need for it?
No, it is ready in terms of data. We have, as we've said, we have the 2022 election results, and they've been incorporating in and are available down at the bottom of the spreadsheet. We are working with people to do the political fairness side of things, and that's not quite ready yet.
Okay, we can have Mr. Fink come on now.
Mr. Fink?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners. So just to be clear, as I've said a few times now, you can absolutely and should be considering the partisan data as you're doing the mapping process. The question that was posed to us is whether you can use the 2022 data. And the answer is yes, we think that you should, that it's fair game to use that. If there's concern, I think there might have been concern expressed by a commissioner about, forgive me, I don't remember who it was, but the sort of a apples to oranges comparison, so to speak, if you're looking at the prior maps or the districts that were struck down and trying to compare them from a partisan fairness and partisan perspective to the maps that you're now drawing, that the recommendation would be that you run the old maps, the Hickory map, through the same partisan filter, so to speak. And so you can use the 2022 data, which I think Commissioner Zatello was actually suggesting as a possibility. But that you run Hickory through with the 2022 data, and then you've got an apples to apples comparison with what the product that you produce or products that you produce right now. But the bottom line is it's fair game to use the 2022 partisan data.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Zatello, you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm with that what Mr. Fink said was accurate, that yes, that's what I was suggesting, is that we should be making sure that we run the Hickory through this new data set that we have so that we're comparing fairly rather than running numbers on the new data set and comparing it to Hickory and saying it's better or worse or whatever when they're not being run on the same data set. So thank you for that, Nate.
Okay. So it is now Commissioner Andrada's turn. And Kent, you can share your screen.
I already had my turn. I think we were on.
Oh, you did. Oh,
Callahan.
you're right. You're right. Commissioner Callahan, sorry.
So from what I'm seeing on this map, I mean, this is, I don't really see any point to diddling with this one anymore until we run it through some analysis and see how close we are. I mean, do you just start over and do another map? Is that the process here?
We have some others started that you can work on, or we can have Kent pull up the political races data and we can look at those. Commissioner Weiss.
Just have a quick question. I agree with Commissioner Callahan. This map here looks like it's finished, at least finished in the sense that it works. I guess my question is, how many maps do we have? And out of those, how many of those are actually, in a sense, if you want to call them done, where the numbers all look good or in the green or are acceptable? And if that's the case, why don't we run some of that partisan fairness right away? Thank you.
Yeah, Richard, I agree with that. I really do want to see the partisan fairness on this before I even really know where to go with another one. But that said, I wouldn't mind having a map where we, I mean, make it a goal to minimize changing the other districts. I know we changed some of this ones, some other districts on this one. Can we make a map where we don't do that, with the exception of those maps that were plopped right in the middle of everything? Those districts that were plopped right in the middle of everything.
So there was one started.
We had one of those started. I can't remember which one it was or where it went.
It might be a good idea.
We do have one of those started where we did take out 9 and 13 that were right in the middle, and then the
Right.
arm of 4, I
The
believe.
arm off for it, yeah.
So Kent, if you can locate that one. And Commissioner Eid, you want to say something?
I was going to say the same thing. Yesterday, we started a map that had the 7 districts that were struck down, plus districts 9 and 13 changed, which were the ones in the middle. And also, I think, while I don't necessarily like it, I think we agreed that 4 probably will be changed. So the 7 that were struck down plus 9, 13, and 4. Well, we didn't get very far into that.
If I remember correctly, the other districts were locked, right?
All the other districts were locked, making it so that you can't change them.
Can we get back to that map?
We should be able to. I have to go and find, I think, was that plan 3 or 4, something like that. We just have to
Commissioner
identify.
Zatello?
So I actually looked on what got uploaded last night onto our portal, and I didn't see that map for some reason. So I think we had 3 or 4 out on the portal last night, and none of them, excuse me, had the districts deleted out like that. So I don't know if somehow it got overwritten or misnamed, or maybe just didn't get uploaded to the portal, but it wasn't out there.
Okay. Did we develop it quite a bit and became into something else? I mean, You see what I'm saying? I don't know. I'd have to.
I don't
look.
think so.
Or we can, start, it won't take but a couple of minutes to.
Commissioner Andrada.
I believe it's version 3 was not changed very much from yesterday.
All right, I'll open this up. My question is, are we gonna lock this, not lock it literally, but are we gonna leave this as is? Are we gonna edit this plan anymore, or are we going to make copies of it and do edits at any point?
Well, I think
need
for
that-
right now, we're leaving it as is
Okay.
because
That's it.
Commissioner Callahan wants a different one. Commissioner Eid.
I do have a small change to this configuration that's similar to what Commissioner Zatella did at the start, as far as making the top left portion of 4 go more into Detroit and the top right portion of 3 go more into Dearborn. Because we took off Melvindale out of 3, I think when she did that, I do think that'd be the way to go. But I could do that on my turn when we get to.
This is version 1 that we started with this morning.
Okay.
Let me close this plan. I want to make sure I get it right, because if we change this and then tomorrow we're wondering where that went. So today we've worked on version 1, version 2. We've done 3 different plans today alone.
Okay, Commissioner Zatella, you have something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that Commissioner Eid can make those changes on his turn and that Commissioner Callahan should be allowed to progress with her turn in the
Okay.
order we normally follow.
That's okay. Commissioner Eid can make the changes he'd like to make. I'm fine with that. Please do.
Juanita, you have your hand up.
Yes, I'm just trying to recall, which one did I work on? What number was it? 1, 2, or 3?
Today,
I think it was yesterday that I did one.
I'll have to go back. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I can remember exactly which one is which.
Oh, okay.
Not
I
even.
think it was 2, Juanita. I think it was number 2 from yesterday.
Oh, okay. Just wondering.
Commissioner Wagner.
I was just thinking, since this seems to be the most complete of all our maps, can we possibly change what we're calling it at this point? So it's not so difficult to remember which one we're looking for. Thank you.
This is the name and convention that we were given, EDS was given from Sarah to use. That's a date, that's a version, that's a House district, and that's collaborative. That's the abbreviations. If a commission member wanted to do a plan on their own, and they gave it to me, it would be similarly named this, but their initials on the end. So this does have, like, that's yesterday, January 16th, 24, version 2.
So the one you just closed is called
1/17/24, version 1. That was the original plan we started with today. And this is version, we got 3 different, totally different. I say totally different. They might be somewhat different. Well, today's plans. But to answer the question, the name given was defined by Sarah Reinhardt.
So Commissioner Callahan, go ahead and do what you'd like.
So I would like to go back to the map that has the districts locked, with the exception that we started, with the exception of districts 9, 13, and 4 that we were going to change, and see what we can come up with if we try to take that approach. I'm not sure which map that was, though.
And either am I right at this moment. So I'm going to look at them and see which one it is. And this is not it. And Commissioner Zatella mentioned that it wasn't, she didn't see it uploaded, which leads me to believe it got replaced or,
Yeah, if you look out on the portal, we've got version 1, version 2, version 3, and version 4, and none of them show those districts being cleared out that Commissioner Eid had cleared out. So I don't know what happened to it.
okay, so what I suggest is, yeah, that
Do we start a new map?
is we start a new map and we do those things. We delete those districts, we lock the districts. And just, yeah, I don't know
So
how we missed
just
it.
to add, Kent, in case maybe you have it somewhere on your directory, I believe it was version 3 when we were working on it yesterday, but it does not correspond to what's version 3 out on the website. So
Yeah, I understand. So what I'm gonna do is make a copy of the original Hickory plan. And you know, the naming convention we've been using, if I can remember it correctly. B or underscore house districts, and then it's going to be collaborative, I understand. So we'll just, and then I'm going to go in there. And
Commissioner Eid, you have something else?
Yeah, I think he's on the right track. We did add districts 7 and 14 from the map we were just looking at into it after it was created. So if you want to recreate it, lock the districts, and then re-add 7 and 14 from the previous map, it'll put us to where we were at yesterday.
so did we delete out 9 and 13?
Yes.
9, 13, and 4.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
then
the arm on number 4, right?
what was that?
No,
We
the whole
changed
thing.
the arm on number 4. We didn't delete all of number 4.
No, we deleted it.
Okay.
So there's that's 9 and 13 gone. So now we delete the illegal ones as well. Plus 4. And that is 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 1. So this is all the illegal ones erased, including, but also including 4, 9, and 13. 4 was right here, 9 was in here, and 13 came from up here.
Okay. So as we start this map, can I respectfully ask the rest of the commission to keep in the plan with what we're trying to accomplish here? That is, don't change the other districts if we don't have to, when it's your mapping turn, and either till we run this one into a wall and figure out we can't get there, or until we get to a valid map. And if you don't want to work on it, you want to put it aside and pull up another map, that's fine. But let's just try to keep this one as a map that we're not going to change other districts until we figure out that it can't be made to work that way.
So,
Kent,
Is that okay to ask that?
yeah, it's great. And Kent, you could just lock the other districts like you did the other one. And Anthony, is that what you're saying? Do you have something else?
That's why I asked yesterday to
Right.
make a copy of it and do this, to have one of a map of not no change, but of reasonable change. And I think deleting those 3 districts is reasonable change. But I also used my turn to bring in districts, the districts 7 and 14 that we just made in the previous map into this one. And that's where we left off on this map yesterday. So how you did that, Kent, was you overlaid 7 and 14 from the map we were just looking at on top of this. and it worked out. And that's where I ended my turn yesterday. And then we moved back to another map.
So let's go ahead and do that today. So let's put 7 up there around, I think it was Royal Oak and Madison Heights in Oakland County is what you took in for 7. And 14 was next door in Macomb County, right?
Yep.
So I'll just,
So if you could, take that whole square that's unassigned from Oakland County and we'll make that one 14.
right. But this was 7.
Yeah, yep. And then 14 was right next door to that.
Yes. And we can match them up perfect as soon as we, how much further did it go? I mean, I can go look at it, but
I'm not sure. Commissioner Ed, do you remember?
I'll pull up yesterday's meeting and double check.
so
If you want to, we can go ahead and put in District 10 as well. And we could probably just make that match what we had done pretty closely on the map we just finished, because that seems to be a strong community of interest. And that was a pretty easy one to put in place.
okay, it just stopped. Autobound stopped running, so I have to restart it. It looks like 14 still needs 15,000. But 14 came down into here.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It looks like it took a couple of those neighborhoods past 8 Mile. I'm seeing Butler, Farwell. It's kind of hard to see over the YouTube.
Oh,
Uh,
I'm gonna cut on the neighborhood layers. It'll be, that's the way it was done. It's moving egregiously slow.
That looks kind of familiar, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That isn't the shape, it's pretty close to it.
Yeah, and you can go from there. That's close enough. We're gonna change these around.
Yeah.
But if you want to save this as where we ended yesterday, it'd be a good idea.
Or was it, do we have, I bet we came across into here.
I think we did take Sherwood in, if I
Because
remember
that,
correctly.
I mean, the numbers were good and I just, well, that may not be right. We're just gonna do that. And that's splitting Norton. At the moment, we go to blocks, unsplit the neighborhood. But that's probably, I don't know if Norton was in there at all, but. So you
Well,
want to
14 is pretty close, right? So, I mean, we're just getting started. I'm not going to like dilly-dally around there with little details. Can you go all the way over to the shoreline and put District 10 in?
okay. So district,
And that was supposed to go St. Clair Shores down through Grosse Pointe.
yes. That wasn't part of it. We'll get that out of there in a moment. And that was in there. What more was it? Saddle. I know that's what's there.
That was included in 10 before.
I think it went straight down that line.
Yep, it went straight down that line.
All of Harper Woods was in 10?
No,
No, I don't believe it.
It went on the East Point line. Where's the East? Okay, so the East Point.
No, East Point was in 12. And I don't have the CCDs in here now, but.
But that square right up, I mean, that little triangle or four-sided, whatever that thing is up there, right there was included. And the one below it, but not that one. It's not quite right, but.
So yeah, 10 still needs a lot of people. Was this in it? This was in it, wasn't it? No.
I believe.
Was it like that?
Commissioner E, do you?
It came straight down. I think that's how it was. And it extended.
I mean, we can go and look at it. I don't know if that was in there or not, but.
That was there. And I think that little, where it comes down into Cornerstone Village, there was that little corner there on the northeast side that was included.
Yeah, that was not in the original. That was one of the edits that was done to make, because 10 was a little bit short. And I'm thinking this precinct was not in it. Well,
Let's hear what
Okay, so
Commissioner E has to say.
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna ask, Kent, do you have the overlay? Why can't can we just make an overlay of the last map and put it on top of this so we can have the exact placement?
I think that's what we had last time. Now,
Yeah, that number looks familiar. That's pretty much it.
that's the right number. That's the right shape now. But yeah, the overlay would be helpful.
2.77% is what it was. So, let's see here. Add a shape file. Yeah. So that, yeah, the red lines is the overlay I threw in there. So that's why, 10 is 2.77 at the end this morning, midday, we added this in to get it below 2.77.
Okay.
And we can look at 14 now and see that this was not in 14, this was in 14. So we can do that if you'd like, or leave it the way it is, or somewhere in between. I don't.
You can put that in.
My question is, unassign this and put this back.
Yes.
Okay. And then we put this in 14.
And then let's go ahead and put 13 in as well.
All right, let me clean this up. I gotta go to the block layer to do that. Oh. Gosh, sorry folks, I'm going a little rough today. Oh my gosh. So that'll be the beginning of 13. And I'll go to unassign. Unassign that. Done. Then I'm going to assign these parts of Conant Woods to 14. So,
So
well,
13 should be.
that was actually 12 right there. So
Yeah, that's not 13. 13 should be beside of 14, up
Yeah.
above 8 Mile.
I'm going to make this 12 because, I mean, I'm not saying it's 12. I'm just giving it a placeholder for the time being.
Is that where you wanted him to go, Commissioner Callahan?
Oh,
No, I actually want to go up and do 13, please.
I had mistakenly made this 13. So I'm just kind of getting that cleaned up so we can go do 13. That 12 means nothing. It's just a placeholder. 13 now. This is the area you wanted to make this 13.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that matches the, the previous 13. That ignored 12, that doesn't really exist right now.
Okay, then the last one I want to try to at least get a start on, not to finalize it, but to get a start on, is 8. And Juanita, I'd ask you to kind of help me out with this one, if you could, please. I wanted to start up at 8 Mile and go down.
You want to, I guess, roughly where it has been previously, like up in this area?
Yeah, but last time we drew it really long, all the way down to the river. I don't really want to do that. I'd like to like cut it off, maybe keep the northern neighborhoods up there together, but not take it all the way down to the river. So like through Highland Park.
Okay. I'm just going to select these precincts and if it doesn't match up with what you want to do, just say so. So starting up here.
Sure. And Juanita, if you have any words of wisdom here, that would be helpful.
Okay. Well, you were mentioning Highland Park, and Highland Park is not up there near 8 Mile.
No, but it's not down at the river either. So I'm not sure how far 8 needs to go to get enough population in it.
We need to get this area over in here.
Well, you need Oak Grove and Sherwood and probably the Bagley area and Pembroke.
And I got it labeled as 13, so let me get this straightened out. I should point out that 2 looks like it's 6. I'm gonna have to do blocks up there because of the way it's laid out. Okay.
That's good.
That's just a start. Now, I need to go in and use blocks to get, the remainder of these little pieces fixed.
Okay, but we need to go a little further south, right?
Yes. I'm just going to, before we get
Okay.
down there, because to even make it illegal, this has to be connected. So do we want to take Highland Park or go around Highland Park?
Go around Highland Park.
Okay. And I need to put this little piece back into 14.
Well, you might can add some Highland Park though. Let me see.
All right.
Actually,
So,
Juanita, I think you would be the next mapper, so maybe I should just let you just take over and you do this District 8. How about that?
Well, we'll see. I'll do as much as I can
so
justify.
yeah. So there's Highland Park. Are we going to go around Highland Park or through Highland Park? Or
I think you ought to go around Highland Park if you can. If it you can't go through it. Although when you Palmer Park, across the street is Highland Park. So I don't know how you would do that, but they have nothing in common. I mean, they're not contiguous.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
What you say, Kent?
I'm getting all this.
Have you saved recently?
Huh?
I wonder if you'd saved.
No.
It looks like something's
Now I
wrong.
have.
I may take a screenshot.
Yep, exactly. All right. Select box precincts. So do you want to go over into this area?
Yeah.
Okay. Chalfont,
Yes.
Chalfont.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you can't get all of it, but we.
Now, can you take it up? Yeah, near Pembroke and Blackstone Park and
Where is this at?
at the top of this, what is this, 8 Mile?
That's 8 Mile up here.
Yeah. Top of the 8 Mile.
You want to go above that into front
No,
of
no, right up in here. To the left, going west.
Bagley,
Well,
Fitzgerald?
we have Bagley and we have Fitzgerald, don't we? I'm talking about up there near San Bernardo and 7 Mile, Greenfield, to the left of Blackstone and Greenwich. West.
I know, okay, I'm looking for. There's Narden
Isn't
Park,
this west?
that area.
Yeah. Okay, you're down near Dexter. I'm not, I don't see that really doesn't go with the upper part of that. If you go west to the left of,
Okay. Up here, Greenwich, Blackstone,
yeah,
Pembroke.
go west to that. Go west to like,
Those are locked. Those are locked because those were not districts that we were going to change.
oh, well, you asked me and
Yeah.
so I'm done. Well, I haven't figured out. I know what goes together with those and I know the other ones don't go with that.
So, so we
Commissioner
have,
Curry, do you want, Commissioner Curry, do you want to work on a different map that those districts aren't locked? So you can put a district that you think goes together? Oh, you're muted.
No, let Ms. Callahan, Donna, is that Donna or?
Yeah, Donna.
Yeah, Donna, go ahead on and give it a shot. Because
well,
the way I would do it, you all said it shouldn't be touched, so I'm gonna leave it alone.
okay, so I agree with you, Juanita, that those communities, if we were starting from scratch, would belong together. But since I'm trying to do one when we're not starting from scratch and just see what's the best thing we can get out of doing it that way. So I guess at that point in time, then you kind of need to take in Highland Park and those other eastern neighborhoods to get the numbers in Section 8 up.
Well, you know, Highland Park is quite a ways from Bagley and Oak Grove.
Yep. But I need people.
That's
Ooh,
like,
yeah.
that's like 30,000. And then we have to unassign some of it. You want me to assign that area and see what you have?
Sure.
That is, you know, you're 5,000, roughly 5,000 over, but we could take some of this out. You know, take some of that out. Unassign it basically, or you can take, you know, however you want to do it. You could take some of that out.
Commissioner
So let me
Eads'
ask
hand
you a
is
question.
up.
No, there's a Banglatown community of interest here somewhere. Where exactly is that falling? Has that been cut in two?
It wouldn't be, I don't think it would fall into this area here though, Donna. I think it's more further in Highland Park and more northwest, not northwest, but on the east side.
Oh, okay.
In the
I'm
Waltz
wondering
or-
Bangletown where he's got his cursor highlighted right now, so.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going
Um,
far enough
I'm-
east
I'm not-
for that. But
Okay.
Commissioner Ede has a hand up.
No, I was gonna mention the same thing. I think instead of going southeast into, you are getting into that Bangladeshi community of interest that's around the Bunglatown, North Campus, Buffalo Charles area. That we kind of accounted for that in the map that we just did if you put the overlays on. So I would suggest going southwest down Grand River instead of southeast.
Okay. So let's try that. So take those highlighted communities off and move over closer to Grand River. So that would be down where it says, I think Boston Edison, if I read it correctly, Petoskey, Jameson, those communities.
First I need to unassign this, right? Is that the intent?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, please.
I just want to make sure I'm not getting off track. So, not, okay. So now we want to go, we still need to get this little area into something, 8, I guess, census blocks. So
I'm not sure if it's better. Yeah, so go ahead and take that one in. And then after that, I don't know if it's better to run down Grand River or to hop us over Grand River. So maybe at this point, I'll pass this off to someone else who knows these communities a little bit better than I do down in the center here.
Okay, well, next in line, since Juanita had her turn, unless you want more turn, Juanita.
Well, I know those communities, but I think what Kent said something about he didn't want to connect them that far.
no, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. What stopped you from going more to the north, northwest?
The discussion was that District 6 is locked because that is not an illegal district. If I recall correctly, Commissioner Colligan is interested in drawing districts without touching any of the
I see now. I see what you mean.
okay.
Okay,
Well, you
well,
can start your own, Juanita.
you know, I'm tired. I'm tired of food this right now. My back is hurting. I'm getting restless.
So 8 is 11,000 short, and
well, you can put the Boston Edison and the historic Atkinson, and can they go together with that?
we can get them in
Virginia
there.
Park?
We can get them in there.
And how much would that bring you?
And we need to clean up, get the neighbors whole. We don't have to. Some of the neighborhoods are split right now, so we clean the neighborhoods up. You're still 8,000 down. You want to put like Jameson and Virginia Park in there with them? Or?
Yeah, and LaSalle Gardens. And if you need some more, you can almost put Wildermere Park.
And now are we going to assign that and then unsplit the neighborhoods? That'll take a bunch of people out. So I'm going to assign it, and then like right down here to the left, that's half of a neighborhood, and you don't want half a neighborhood, I'm sure.
No.
So I go to unassign.
So you can't add Petoskey and Otago?
Well, we can. I'm just, trying to do one piece. Some of these neighborhoods are split around here. We haven't, I thought maybe we'd unsplit them and then see what you got. Whether you wanted to add more or less, I don't know.
Well, let's unsplit them and see what we have.
Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of what I'm just doing that. Okay, I think neighborhoods are on split. Well, no, I'm missing some right here, I suppose. Let me get those. Just gonna say they're unsplit. Trying to make them.
It looked like the North Bend neighborhood to the right was split as well.
Yes, that's one I was looking at. Or I meant to fix that. So that's a unassigned. And there's a little bit here needs to be fixed. Well, here we are, at that split blocks there. So whichever way side you want that to go on, I think we got the same thing down through here. Like those blocks are split down the middle by the neighborhood boundary. So I don't, however y'all want to. That's how those are done for now. How you want to do? And your District 8 is 1.26% over, and it south side of the district is LaSalle, Wildemere Park, north of 8 Mile. West to northwest, Child Font, Littlefield neighborhoods, and eastward through Highland Park. And north end is still split. Let me get that. Not in a lot of people, but it is some. So now your 8 is at 1.1% of ideal. Petoskey Otsego is not in District 8. It would make the numbers go up. You can make other edits. Want that in there.
What do you think, Juanita? Oh, you're muted.
Um, those couple of streets you just named, they're kind of down, so I think I would make them go down. The last few streets you named, Joy and what is that, Otsego?
Yes, district is at 1.1% above. We can add those neighborhoods in and see what, that neighborhood is gonna add 24, roughly 2,500 people to District 8. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, let's try that.
Now that puts your District 8 at 3.52% high, above ideal.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And you could, I mean, is there an area you maybe want to put in a different district? Around like Virginia Park is included, Piety Hills included, Arden Park. They're fairly small neighborhoods, but they're in District 8.
Commissioner Weiss's hand is up.
Juanita, I like your changes, but I think if you want to get your numbers down, if
Well,
my
he said the
math is
numbers
good,
were okay, didn't you say, Kent, the numbers were okay?
no, they're a little high, 3.52. If you were to take Arden Park, take that out of 8, and was that Piety Hill, take that out, and Virginia Park, I think you will be a lot better in number wise.
Let's try that then, because it'll.
Thank you.
So what was that?
Piety Hill and Virginia Park.
Okay.
What is the number now, Kent?
Just a moment, please. I gotta undo what I did. So that precinct runs all the way up there, so I need to do it differently. I do it by blocks now. But yeah, the number is going to be
No better.
better. Okay, is that where, is that the desired result right there?
I think it is, yes.
The numbers are within less than 1%
Okay.
of ideal, so 0.73%. That's
That looks pretty good.
pretty good number.
Yeah. I like that.
Okay. Then next commissioner is Commissioner Eid.
So I like going down this path with the map. I think it's a good idea to have one that is, doesn't have as many changes as some of the other ones we've looked at. After we were done yesterday, MSU, our friends at their political science department that have, sent us comments once in a while, kind of did the same thing. And you can check the public comments to see what they did. But I think at minimum, it shows that it is possible to reconfigure the districts like this. But So I'm kind of a conundrum. I'd like to stick with going down this route, but I do have some relatively minor changes on the previous map we were working on. So let's go back to that one for now.
Okay, this is version 4. Let's see, plan. So do we want to, the last discussion on that plan that we were dealing with was, which is that one, right? Which one? What was the last one we were monkeying with? This one?
Wouldn't it have been 3?
No, so there's
It was,
version 1 was the one that Elaine was working on. Version 3 was the last one that I had made the changes to Livonia and Detroit.
So, oh, I know it. This plan, we were looking at it. I'm gonna, or was it this plan she looked at? Help me here, folks. Was this the last one we were editing? Was this the one y'all were saying leave alone and make copies of it?
Yeah, I think open V1.
I think this is the last one, isn't it, Donna?
Today's day.
I think it's V1 of today's date.
Okay.
So
We can
My
look at it.
question is, do you want to edit it or do you want to make a copy of it? But
No, well, I've only made one district in this map, so I'd like to,
Make a copy of it.
okay, so this is
this is the one I'm speaking of.
the one we started with this morning.
Right.
Okay.
It has changes to the 7 districts that were struck down, plus 9, 3, and 14, plus 6, 5, 3, and 2.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes. So this is the one that we've been kind of collaboratively working on. I've only had one stab at this map so far, creating District 7 when we first started. And like I said, I just have what I think are minor changes that are similar to what Commissioner Zatella did in her copy. And it's just switching around some of the population from 3 to 4 and making sure it's equal. So can you put the neighborhood overlay on?
Get it there now.
Okay, so Franklin Park,
Where are we at? Is it Franklin Park? Okay.
yes, top left.
Precincts going to.
Sure.
All right, Franklin Park, select. All right, and that goes up into 16s a little bit, but we can make edits to that with the blocks. So that, what are you wanting to do with Franklin Park?
Put it in 4.
Do you want to? Okay.
I don't want to change 16.
Okay, so
I think that is too
it's
far from where we're supposed to be changing districts. So let's move that back into 16.
Yes. The one of the positive is it unsplit a neighborhood. Okay, so that goes back into 16, correct? Okay.
Okay, now how much did that make 3 short by?
3 is down 9,000, well, 9,600.
Okay, so let's go to the Dearborn areas of 4 that are connected to 3. Right, and let's put some of those precincts back in 3.
Okay. So this one,
Sure.
I'm just highlighting them and this one.
Yeah, let's go to the right. Let's try to make it even.
Oh,
Let's do both of them.
so that's 5,800.
Okay, so let's take that 4,000.
And that is 9,900 and 3 needs 9,600. So,
Okay, so let's put that into 3.
okay.
Okay, now Garden View and Warren, let's put those in a 4.
Okay. Right. Okay, 3 is now down 11,000.
Okay, so let's again do the same thing, take more of Dearborn, put it into 3.
Again, just okay. Keep where do we want to go from here? 3 is 6,200, which would be, well, no, I'm sorry. Well, you want to put this part into this part of Warrendale back into 3?
Well, that's part of Detroit. So first, let's try to get more of the whole point is to have more of the Detroit areas be with Detroit and the more Dearborn areas be with Dearborn. So we still have some precincts in Dearborn on the top right there where the curve is. That's 3,600. All right, so let's assign those to 3. Again, let's assign those last 3 also to 3.
So you need to remove 8,000. You need to take 8,000 out of 3. And I'm just going to highlight them because I think this is where you're headed. And that's 12,000.
All right, let's assign those to 4.
So
Okay.
4 is 5,600 over and 3 is 4,400 under.
Okay, so let's normalize that population. Let's put, since Warrendale is currently split a little bit, let's try to unsplit it. Well, I don't know. How much is in Warren?
All of Warren?
Yeah, Warren Ave neighborhood.
Oh, yeah, kind of got a little carried away there, but let me clear that out. Clear selection. So precincts, that half of Warren is 5,300.
Okay, but what if you were to do the whole of Warren? And that way you can, so the whole of Warren in 3 and the whole of Warrendale in 4. That way the neighborhoods aren't split.
Okay. We'll just do it then. The only thing
I don't
is,
know if that works population wise, but we'll see.
well, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9,000. It's going to be pretty close. We got to do it at the block level is the kicker on it. So let's put that in 3. And then we're going to put that in 4. And then we'll use, you want to put Garden View. I'm going to put that in. Like I said, we're going to get down to where you have to do it by blocks to make the neighborhood fit.
Just trying to make the population work now.
Yeah. 3 and 4 are getting really close. 4 needs to take some of 3. I'll just do it by blocks. It won't take but a second. and you'll have accurate neighborhood. So there's your neighborhood, and you're off, but 3 is 1,700 short, 4 is 2,800 over. That's whole neighborhoods.
Okay. Well, if we have to normalize those between each other just a little bit. So do you want to go down to blocks and do that at the bottom of Warrendale?
That's where I'm kind of headed with. You could do a whole precinct, or you can do it block, whatever.
If we can do a precinct, let's do a precinct.
I think that like does it right there. I'm not saying it's ideal, but that's 2,200, and that
okay
gets them pretty close.
Pretty close. All right.
So,
Gets us below 5% and gets both of those below 2.5%.
They're both below 1. So yeah.
Okay, I'd like to look at some data now. Now, I never got, well, I don't know. It kind of got answered, but it kind of didn't get answered. We need to be able to run the political fairness tool like as soon as possible. So do we know when it's going to be available, specifically the tool that lets us look at efficiency gap, mean median difference, all that stuff?
I can't comment, or shouldn't comment.
Well, can somebody comment? Rough estimate. It doesn't need to be exact.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
You just work here, Kent, right?
Kim Brace.
Yes, Madam Chairman. We are close to having that there, and I'm hoping that we will have that by the end of this week.
Okay, well, I'm gonna push you to try to get it
That's
a little
fine.
bit before that, if possible, if you can. Let's make sure it works and works well.
No, that's what we're checking. Yep.
Okay, there's some other data I'd like to look at though. Can you pull up the election data? And I see Commissioner Zitella had her hand up. I don't know if.
Yeah, she took it down.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Kim said by Friday, but he chimed in, so we're good.
Okay. Try your best, Kim. We're counting on you.
Absolutely. We're working on it.
No pressure. It's not like we have 2 weeks to do this.
No, I know.
Okay, I am interested in a couple things from this table. The first thing I'm interested in is the 2018 primary election that had 3 Democratic candidates, Governor Whitmer, Sri Thanadar, and Abdul El Sayed. And the reason I'm interested in this is because we don't truly know where the Middle Eastern population is because they're not located. There's no checkbox on the census. Hopefully that changes, but right now there's not. So we don't have an exact location of where those people are. So we got to rely on other forms of data, such as this and such as the public comment and maps that folks have submitted to us. Now, in the Hickory map, there were 3 districts that had Abdul El Sayed, the Middle Eastern community of interest candidate, winning. So I'm wondering if there are 2 or 3 now. And it would be between districts 15, 3, and 4. Before we look at this, can I just get confirmation from Nate that we can look at this now?
While we're waiting for Mr. Fink to come on, I'm wondering, Kent, can you lock the district number column so that we can more easily read that down the spreadsheet? And Mr. Fink, can you answer?
Thank you. Yeah, well, so as I indicated, you can look at the partisan data. There's nothing from the court's opinion that precludes you from looking at partisan data. You shouldn't be considering race through this process, and you shouldn't be looking at racial considerations at all in this map drawing process. To look at the partisan data that you have and the partisan fairness data, which you will get, is appropriate. And,
But election data is partisan data.
right.
Okay.
Commissioner Zatella, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so Mr. Fink, when we were previously looking at maps, we were told not to look at election data because we were told it was a measure of competitiveness, which is not one of our 7 ranked criteria. And we were instructed not to use these numbers except for VRA purposes. So has that advice changed?
Our interpretation of the court's ruling here is that you can consider partisan data, certainly the partisan fairness analysis that you'll get at on the hopefully as early as Friday, and that you can consider the partisan data in the meantime, the election information that you're referring to right now. You know, one of your criteria that you're considering is that districts shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party. A disproportionate advantage to a political party shall be determined using accepted measures of partisan fairness. I think it's appropriate to consider this data as you're going through the mapping process. You're going to get the actual partisan fairness information that you can analyze and determine whether the maps are compliant with or the extent to which the partisan fairness measures measure up against the maps that you're drafting.
Okay, I'm just confused because those particular fields he's looking at, we were using for VRA purposes before.
Well, to be
And
clear, they should not, and I don't mean to cut you off. These should not be used for VRA purposes. This is not for any sort of VRA analysis at this stage at all. It's to the extent that it can provide assistance for the partisan fairness measure, then I think it's appropriate to consider, but certainly not for, at this stage, any sort of VRA purposes. It should not be considered for VRA purposes.
okay, no, that's not what I was suggesting. I just wanted to clarify that you're okay with election data being used for partisan fairness purposes, and I think you have done that. Thank you.
Okay, so can we see that, please? Thank you, Nate. I appreciate it. So what are we looking
Well,
at?
and
Is that?
I'm sorry, I apologize, Commissioner to the extent that this is being used for to balance to analyze the partisan fairness, I think it's appropriate. Again, it should not be used to determine racial makeup or anything like that.
That,
I don't think.
that's actually what I'm concerned about, is it's being used as a proxy for race. He wants to look at El Sayed to see the racial composition of a district, and I'm just concerned that's not appropriate.
Well, I'm trying to make sure that, trying to see how many districts that we draw support the community of interest that supports a community that we don't have any data for where they're located. I wouldn't consider it a race thing. I consider it 100% a community of interest thing, because this is one of the largest communities of interest in the state. According to the Detroit Free Press recently, there's over 300,000 Middle Eastern folks across the state. And given that there's no data on them except for what's submitted to us in the public, making sure our districts support that community, I think falls under communities of interest.
So, I mean, you're using it as a proxy for race. I mean, that's what you just admitted. And we do have plenty of abundant data from Access and other members of the community who submitted maps indicating where there were Arab American neighborhoods and communities of interest. So we do have that data. I'm just concerned that this is venturing into the area of where election results are being used as a proxy for race. So I've stated my objections.
Well, those are your words, not mine.
Okay,
I'm not using
yeah.
this as a proxy for race.
Okay.
But
Mr.
Nate, I'll go with your opinion.
Okay, yeah, I mean, again, I think you have to be very careful about veering into any sort of discussion about racial considerations in this map drawing. You can't do it. I don't want to frankly shoot from the hip on this. I mean, if we've got this data, if you're saying that in your previous map drawing, you were advised not to use it at all during this process. I know that there were different considerations, because obviously there was a whole different discussion going on related to VRA considerations. But what I would suggest to you, Commissioner Eid, is perhaps you table this issue right now and using this data for your current turn, essentially, and then I can get you a more definitive,
Totally. That's fine.
clear answer on that, rather than shooting from the hip on it.
Thank you,
Okay.
Nate.
That's fine. That's why I asked. I just want to make sure we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Okay, can you exit out of this table? In my view, previously we had 3 districts that supported the Middle Eastern community of interest. Now I think we have 2, but that's what we have to do. That's what we have to do. And I think the 2 as they're configured now are quite good. Can we look at the election data for District 10, the partisan election data? Okay, well, it says it's about 50.95% Democrat, 49.05% Republican. I just wanted to look at it because this district might be one to look at when we run the partisan fairness numbers, given that the 2 communities of interest here, one is with St. Clair Shores and one is with Harper Woods. So now it looks rather competitive, which is interesting. When we run the full score, it might be something for us to look at.
Okay.
And that'll end my turn.
Okay. Next is Commissioner Kellum. I don't think she's with us still. So Rhonda Lang.
Okay, Kent, I want to go back to version 3, please, since that's the one I've worked on from the beginning.
And I've been muted the whole time. Commissioner Lang, do you want to start with a duplicate copy or work on this plan?
Let's just, there were already changes made to it today, correct?
Yeah, today's
Yes.
version 3.
Okay, let's just bring it up and we'll work off it.
I'm waiting for it to load all the way up. There we go. Let me set the layer. Wish it would maintain its. Okay. Commissioner Lang, where would you like to?
If you could you scroll the active matrix so it gets the numbers more around the area?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, that's what we're looking for. 1, 2.
Okay. And then,
I think the only one that, if I remember correctly, the only district that is, outside of 2.5% plus or minus is 10, numbers wise. That's
okay. I'm also going to ask Commissioner Zatella to help me for the community of interest aspect of it. So I don't break up any communities of interest. If she's willing.
Yep, I'm willing to help.
Okay, so I'm thinking 2 options here. I'm thinking looking at 10, or I'm thinking in earlier ones, I did that 5, 6 to make them more of a compact and not the skinny areas. Again, I know there were a lot of areas that were built out because of trying to acquire what we were. Looking at the overall map, I'll take a suggestion. What I want to do is have one collaborative map finished today on this version if we could. So Commissioner Zatella, if you could kind of point me a little bit on your thoughts. Is there any communities that still need to be put together that may have been missed?
Is it possible to turn the neighborhood map off? I just find it distracting.
Yes, it's a lot to look at one.
And can you zoom out a little bit? So if you want to fix for this version of the map that, the last 2 remnants of that stretched out brick structure and Bacon Mander that we did, it would be 19 and 18, because that's where we stretched Southfield and combined it with parts of Farmington and Farmington Hills. And we did the same thing with the upper part of Farmington Hills, and we stretched it into parts of Southfield and Bingham Farms. You might be able to kind of do the same thing I did in 16 and 17 and readjust those. And then it will eliminate the last of the remnants of that.
Okay. And did the public comment, like, because we received a lot, did the public comment kind of justify that when these were stretched? Did it have negative public comment about it, that areas that should be together weren't together?
Absolutely. Farmington and Farmington Hills in particular, there was a lot of public comment because they wanted to be together, and they're actually split into 3 separate districts in this map. And the same thing with Southfield. We took parts of Southfield and broke it up and put it with Farmington Hills instead of keeping it consistent together.
Okay. Can we zoom, kind of bring it south a little bit, or bring the map down and then zoom in so I can get a good look, so I can see all of, yeah. Okay. Then this is what I'm going to do. If you bear with me, I'm going to take
Commissioner, I'm so sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to note that Commissioner Kellum has joined the meeting.
Oh, thank you.
I think I want to take the line. Can you zoom in just a little bit for me, please?
We're at Bingham Farms or Farmington Hills.
I want to add right now, I think I want to add the Farmington and the Farmington Hills and make that 19.
Okay, so I'm just going this area.
Yes, all the way over. That was the line that I was trying to see as if there was a street name or anything.
All right, I'm just gonna select some 19. Just come across there. Did not select them. Move all that into 19.
Yes, please.
And these are.
And then I want to get those up. Yeah, those other little ones there.
That's a precinct by itself. It's just
Okay.
one single precinct. That's what I was looking to see if it was. Yeah, and then.
Okay, and then if you can kind of. Let's see.
You want to put like, is your intention to like carry 18 more northward?
I think we're going to go, I think it would require it to go a little farther north in order for numbers to equal out.
So that's 18,000.
Okay.
And
Add that in for a second.
I'm going to go all the way up just so that it is complete. That's 30,000. And right now 18 is 33,000 short.
What do you think, Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I would put that together.
Put that together?
Yeah. I mean, the other alternative you might have is maybe not go so high because Southfield kind of comes up. You've got the area, kind of the traditional map block. I think it's 160 acres. So there's Farmington or Franklin, I'm sorry, not Farmington, and Bingham Farms are part of that. So if you just get all of Southfield, I think that's important to put all of Southfield together and then maybe start going up higher from there.
Madam Chairwoman, may I jump in?
Okay, can you kind of, I'm not quite sure with that area, what you're saying, Commissioner Zatella, so can you kind of point me or help Kent?
How
so
he has
we
it
can
right
see?
now
Okay.
is what I was suggesting, yeah.
So
Then
take,
you're grabbing those other parts of Southfield.
Let me jump in. It looks like Mr. Fink wants to say something.
Yeah, again, I'm gonna be a broken record here on this, but the court has instructed the commission to only redraw other districts to the extent reasonably necessary. These districts appear to be fairly removed from the 7 districts that were from a geographic perspective from the 7 districts that were struck down. So I would just caution the commission to heed the court's instruction and order that the commission only adjust the compliant districts, or at least the districts that were not struck down as unconstitutional, where reasonably necessary.
I hear you, Mr. Fink, and with all due respect, there were districts and communities of interest that were split up in order to try and get that BVAP where it's needed to go. I will take what you're saying into consideration, but just as our previous general counsel used to tell us, her advice was just that advice, and we could do what we wanted. So I will take into consideration your advice. But right now on this particular map, I want to see what it looks like to fix the areas that were completely affected by trying to get the BVAP into a certain percentage. So if there's communities of interest that can be put back together, I want to try and do that. But I do understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
Can we go back in there, kind of bring that up, please? Okay, so we got all of Southfield. So Rebecca, you're saying I should add that into 18? Or,
Yeah.
okay.
So then you're reunifying Southfield.
Okay, Kent, could you please do that?
Okay, so now we're, each district is plus or minus approximately 5,000 people.
Okay, so I need approximately 5,000. I'm having a hard time seeing names of anything. Are there any that I hate saying the term go with one district compared to another?
So if you get up into that eastern corner, those districts right there, the precincts are really kind of funky because that's kind of the edge of Birmingham. Yeah, see, so you
That's
get a
one-
weird
that's-
district.
That's one
Okay.
precinct, yeah,
So if you select both,
both precincts.
that will work.
Assign that.
Yep. If that's good with you, Rhonda.
Yeah, I'm about the collaborativeness here right now. And so that puts us perfect almost, right?
Yep.
Okay, I say leave it.
Yep.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, next commissioner is Steve Lett.
Okay, if we're working on this map. Anthony has his hands up.
Yeah.
I just would like a little overview real quick so we can try to keep things organized. What is the name of this map?
This is 11724 underscore V3. And then it's
V3, right?
yes, underscore HD underscore COL, which stands for House District Collaborative.
And how many districts have changed on it so far?
I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Does that cover it? Basically 1 through 19. Yes. Somebody else weigh in if I've missed something. I don't know if 26 changed a tiny amount. It may have. A few blocks might have gotten moved or something. I don't know.
And what was the name of the one that was being used before Commissioner Lang's term?
The same map.
No,
No.
it's V1.
Okay, well, no, okay.
Yeah, she asked you to open up V3 specifically so she could work on this
I
map.
take it back. I asked if we wanted to make a duplicate and then edit, but we made it edit. Yep.
So we have a lot of maps now, but I'm seeing we have this one, we have V1, and then what was the name of the one that Commissioner Callahan was working on that had the least amount of changes to the other districts? I'm just trying to make sure I have the names right at the moment.
Right.
Yeah, it probably makes sense to write them down, Anthony, but it's V4.
That's what I'm doing.
Well, we need to, I can also, let me open up this V4. It was V4?
Yes.
Okay, so we can put information in the tags or in the description. But to do that, it may be, a good practice that at some point, when you got a lot of changes in the map, just to save that, make a duplicate and go on to more changes. But that is totally up to the commission. As to how they want to, do that.
Can you clone that then, Kent, so the changes that were currently made are saved? Why don't we just do that to save it if anybody else wants to work on it? Or they can choose to go to another one.
What I'll do is just close this plan and whatever y'all tell me to do, I'm gonna do. And this again is V3. So, whether you guys decide to lock a plan and, from here forth, copy it and edit it, that's y'all's call. I don't know how you want to proceed with that. If somebody tells me to edit it, we're gonna edit it. Unless I'm told otherwise.
Okay, Commissioner Lett is,
My turn.
yes.
All right, Kent, I want to, the changes that were just made by Commissioner Lang, she made off from a prior, or now it's changed. I want to go back to the map that she started with.
And therein lies the problem, that map has been changed. So we'd have to make a duplicate of this and undo it.
Okay.
Okay.
Works for me.
So, and what we can do is, well, we're just going to this will be, there's already a version 4 out there, right?
Yes.
So this is going to be 5. Okay.
Okay.
And then we unwind what was done. Which, shouldn't be a big deal. I say that, I don't remember. No, Autobound just decided to shut down. That's why it is not being seen at the moment.
It doesn't like me.
I think it's just, so much, you can only do so many edits before it wants to take a little nap. Which I understand. Okay, so here's 18 and 19. And what I'm curious about is this plan history right here. There is none, okay. I was just wondering if we brought in the old stuff. So to the best of my ability, I'm going to try to unwind it and, somebody correct me when I make mistakes, all right?
Okay.
Start with 19. I mean, we can do overlays and see how it does. I'm not sure if that's, I'll just assign it when I'll chase it after that. So 19, they need to switch a significant number. Anybody want to weigh in on what it was that? No.
I don't think anybody made any changes to 18 or 19 previously, had they?
No. So let's do this.
Kent, I think the very far left, go over with your cursor to the left more. That long one underneath it, I think was part of 19.
This right here?
Nope, to the left, to my left. Well, as I'm looking at it, to the left. Nope. little up.
This,
You see where Farmington Hills is? Go over to the very edge. So, yes, that I believe was part of.
yes, I believe that's right. Yep. It rings a bell because it was an odd little shape thing. So we'll put that. And I can do the overlay, but if that hits the number, that's probably what it is.
Commissioner Ede, you had something?
Well, I was just going to point out that it's essentially the Hickory map for these two. So if you have an overlay of the Hickory map, you can get it exact.
Oh, come on. But I do have it, so. I have it. Somewhere. Oh, there's the, there's a little piece that's supposed to be in 19. That should do it, I guess. So was there
Okay, that's where we started.
just about?
Okay.
Yep. There you go.
Okay. That's my drawing. And the reason that I'm doing that is twofold. Number one is we are not to be talking about race. And the changes that Commissioner Lang made, she specifically said was to address a BVAP, in other words, a Black voting age population, to make some adjustment for that. So now we've introduced race back into this map that she drew. And two,
Point of clarification.
I'm not done. You can talk all you want afterwards. I'm not done. Number two, these two districts aren't even close to what we need to do. We have to change 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14. The closest one looks to be 8, which is a couple of districts removed. These are not reasonable districts to change. There is no way that these districts need to be changed. Therefore, I'm changing them back, and that's my map. I'm done.
Okay, Commissioner Lang?
Yep. Actually, I didn't say that the changes I made were for racial changes. I said that there were multiple districts that were affected by what we did to get to the BVAP. So it had not, the changes I did in 18 and 19 had nothing to do with race. It had to do with getting communities of interest back together that were split. So I just want that clarification that they were split because of what the commission had done previously. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Fink.
Thank you. I was just gonna say, there shouldn't be any discussion of the BVAPs or racial considerations here. The court was very clear about that. And to the extent that there's a discussion about, again, it's just my advice, prior issues and other districts being affected by issues in what the court has deemed to be unconstitutional districts. When you're addressing and redrawing this map, you can't take into consideration race. I'm going to be saying that a lot, said it already a number of times. And so discussions about BVAPs in any context should not be factored in to the mapping process. That's my advice to you.
Thank you. Okay. So the next commissioner is Marcus Muldoon. Do you have a map you'd like to work on?
Yeah, I'll go back to the map where everything was locked out except for what had to be changed.
I think that's version 4. Am I right?
My apologies. Where are we at now? Where we want to do?
I think it was 4.
Version 4.
I guess we'll start down by over by 3 and try and put 4 back together.
Oh, yeah, this is all unassigned. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Let me get the layers so I recognize them again. So you were saying go to where?
Northwest corner and work it down to put 4 back together.
So, oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like this little hole
Yeah.
up, this area up here,
Yeah.
right there.
Grand River, Plymouth, all that back.
Sure.
And there's a part of St. Mary's too that was missed. There.
I need to go to the block layer and do that. Because the adjoining part of that BTD is locked. And there may be some other like this stuff is similar.
Yeah, I think all that was part of 4.
I'm just gonna get the neighborhoods if that's cool with you.
Yeah.
I guess keep assigning this
Mc-
area.
Yeah, McFarland, all that I think was part of 4.
Yep.
In Midwest. I don't remember how far east it went.
Yeah. We'll get, a certain point where you have to kind of start figuring out exactly what it has to be. That it was right there. I'm starting to recognize this is the Midwest and these are 0 populations and stuff. So except for this one right here. Remember zooming in right here.
Yeah, it was all 0.
Yeah, and most of the dwellings appear to be on this street.
Right.
So that's you still got to do this. I don't know how to mess that up. Okay, so 4 still is only about halfway there. So, I think 4 had
come down into Dearborn.
Yeah, 3 and 16 are locked. So yeah, it came down in here quite a ways. That's right, to get the total. So we're gonna send. So I don't,
I guess Midwest would be, or Claytown, whichever one's closer
I can't
to
remember.
population.
That's- Yeah. You know what? This is a split. Oh, that's right, because this is 6, so we're not messing with 6. Okay, that's why it's different. So this is the plan where you don't want to edit any.
Right.
Yeah.
And it
So
wasn't.
you got to do what you got to do. So, do you want to do all of Midtown or? Well, actually, you can't do either. You may be able to do all of Midtown. I mean, Midwest.
Yeah, let's see, but
I don't think you can do all of. I mean, that is 15,000.
yeah,
So
but
you
you
could
got
do, yeah.
5,000, 6,000 extra in there that
Yeah,
isn't.
so we could do Midwest.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sign it and then back up. Let's see, I'm gonna make 4 different colors so I can see it next to 8, because there's some discrepancy. Some things have changed. Yeah, like that right there had been an 8 because that's a neighborhood line. I'm assuming we want to put those back.
Yeah.
That would be 8 and it's like box. These go into 4. These get unassigned.
Yep. That should make it pretty close.
Looks like it. Okay, well, that's pretty close. 4 is now, with less than 0.61% under ideal or absolute perfection.
Okay.
Commissioner E, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wonder if you would consider maybe adding like the schoolcraft area to this District 4. It's currently an 8, but I do remember there was some talk about like the Schoolcraft Davidson area being similar to the McFarland area just south of it.
That area isn't it locked out from?
No.
Oh.
No, it's an 8. 8 is,
Oh.
then you would have to change 8, which I believe Donna worked on earlier. So it's just a suggestion. I mean, it really could go either way because I do like how right now you're below Grand River. But I just remember there was talk of that previously. I don't know if Commissioner Kellum or Commissioner Curry want to chime in on that if my recollection is correct or not.
It's approximately 9,000. So you'd have to back out 9,000.
Well, I mean, if somebody else wanted to change it, that's fine.
Which
I
would
would like to
like-
try and make the whole district so that we could keep trying to make that just fixing the problem.
Since we're in the middle of working on this, we could come back to this, but I think our interpreters need a little break. So,
And I'm good. I'm done whenever you can.
We need a break.
let's take a break. You can come back and take one more look at it and then we'll move on.
Okay.
So, let's come back at 4:35, 15-minute break.
Okay.
That's all.
Do we have our interpreters back?
I believe we do.
Great. Okay, and Commissioner Muldoon is here, so Kent, do you want to share and we can continue?
Yes, I will. Yes, yes, yes. Share screen. Share. Okay, and here we are, and neighborhood layer is everybody's looking at my map. Who's up?
I'm all good. Go ahead, send down to the,
You're good with that?
yeah.
Okay, so before we move on, Commissioner Kellum, we had just passed your turn when you joined, so I'm wondering if you would like a chance to work on this map. I can explain. This is the map, this particular one is the one that everything was frozen except for the districts that we need to change, plus 9 and 13 that were kind of there in the middle, and then number 4, which Commissioner Muldoon just put back as much as possible. You want to take a stab at it?
This, I'm
There's-
looking at the map, it's larger on my TV. So I was,
Okay, and there's other maps as well that you can choose from.
yeah, I tried to loosely follow, but to be perfectly transparent, I don't know exactly what has been done. It just sounds like we have a lot of different versions for a lot of different reasons.
Mhm. And you can start your own if you like.
What is the version? So this is where we started to collaboratively draw. I heard with what Commissioner Lett said, it made sense to me. What is the map where it seemed as though we as a commission were drawing the most collaborative? Is it this one, this version? Like folks were generally okay with, or is it another version?
This one, we just started basically back again. We
from
had worked
when-
on something like this yesterday, but then it didn't get saved somehow.
Okay.
And then the one that Commissioner Lett was working on is a different one than this. Commissioner Zatella, you want to say something?
Yeah, so version 1 is the one that kind of everybody already had filled in the Detroit area on. So, and then this version is basically clearing the Detroit area back out. So if you're looking for where you were working on District 8 yesterday, that's version 1, if that's helpful.
Commissioner Callahan?
Just for clarification, Commissioner Kellum, I started this map to kind of address the legal advice we were getting from Mr. Fink, that in his opinion, we should not be touching or changing districts that were not directed to be changed by the court unless we absolutely have to get the other districts to work out. And so we haven't really done one that fits that criteria yet. So I thought it might behoove us to start one and see what that would look like if we could just work through it. So that's what this one is supposed to represent.
Okay. I'm at a loss because I think I referenced this yesterday. I understand our attorney's advice and I respect you, Mr. Nate Fink, as counsel. I also think that there is some room and reason to change slightly some of those areas because they give us more to work with in the Detroit area, in terms of communities of interest. I know, he has his hand raised again.
Okay, Mr. Pink.
I apologize, Commissioner Cullen. I
Oh,
just
you're
wanted
fine.
to clarify one thing. And Commissioner Callahan said that you shouldn't touch any, my advice was not touching districts unless I think it was absolutely necessary or something like that. I apologize to Commissioner Callahan if I was misquoting you, but the court's instruction is that you shouldn't touch the other districts unless it's reasonably necessary. And I can't give you a clear definition of what that means. But you're permitted to touch the other districts and to modify the other districts to the extent that it's reasonably necessary in your court-ordered instruction to remedy what the court has deemed to be the unconstitutional district. So I just wanted to say that the rest of the commissioners have heard that a lot. You've already heard it a lot, but I know that you weren't here earlier today, so I just wanted to mention that again. So thank you.
So, Commissioner Kellum, this is the one that Commissioner Callahan started and requested that we just leave those other districts locked, just to see what we could do with this.
Oh, okay, so the other ones
If
are
you,
not.
if you want one that you can touch a little bit of the other districts, then probably one of the other ones, or start a new one.
Okay. I don't know if I want to start a new one today, but I mean, that's where I'm leaning towards, because I think we need a perfect mix. I don't think that we need to chunk out districts. And this is me just like talking out and sharing what I think maybe needs to happen here. It's not that we're, chopping through districts, but for instance, 5 and 6 still look problematic to me. With what we have currently in 8, that to me is a sweeping district that is not respecting communities of interest. And when I say communities of interest, because I know that we say that term a lot, I literally mean some of the neighborhoods should be cut in half. It like more of the southern part of 8 should be somewhere else. And then I think some of the other maps were just made of fighting from me observing my friends here as a team. So that doesn't make for a good collaborative map either. So it's a bit of a mess, honestly. I think I'm going to use today, in the essence of time, this map for just brainstorming, because personally, I think at some point, like I said, I want to start with a fresh map and carve out my own suggestions for Detroit, praying that, you all will take them, unlike some of the things that I've overheard today as I was in my other meetings. So I think I want to play around with 8, meaning take some of the population out and like restructure 8. And then since this district is lack, if this is kind of like an experimental map, then we'll at least have one map where it feels safest. But I still don't think this is this would be the best map for us to submit for the public or for the courts. Yeah, so that's my TED Talk on that. So I would take out lots of things. District 6 is locked. I would take out Virginia Park, LaSalle Gardens, Wildermere Park, Petoskey and Ostego, Narden Park, Jameson, that whole kind of, what is that?
So you want to put those in a district number?
However it makes sense, because there's an empty space there, so they can be completely.
There's
eliminated.
lots, yeah, and we have lots of open district numbers.
Yeah. So it can be placed in a district number. Sorry, my
Like,
dog.
like 9 doesn't even exist right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the example. And that in previous plans and in the court plan, that's Hamtramck there, 9 was in this area.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be whatever you want to do. Just tell me what you want to do.
Yeah, so remove Gateway, Arden Park. You can put them in another district for right now, but I'm just saying take it out of 8, these neighborhoods.
I'm going to name it 9 because
Okay.
that way, just, I don't know. Well, it is, we'll just do it like that. And we're just doing pre. So and we'll just call that 9 for now.
Mm-hmm.
Narden Park.
Boston, Edison, Dexter, Linwood. Hold on 1 second, Kent.
Okay. So at some point to do the whole neighborhood, I need to go to blocks. And just kind of,
Mm-hmm.
get the whole neighborhoods in there.
I wonder, for 9, can you include Dexter Hendricks? He's not talking to you. Dexter, Finkel, Oakman.
Where are we at? Where is that at?
Oh,
Dexter,
north.
Finkel.
Yep. Those Dexter, Finkel, Oakman, Littlefield, Grand River, Northwest, Davis, and Schoolcraft. And then come back east for 9 and get Piety Hill, Virginia Park. That little piece, yep. You can get, include New Center Commons, New Center. Have you still let me slow down. Boston Edison, is that piece, is it split? It looks like it.
Oh, yes, it
Okay.
is.
Yeah. Please pick up Boston Edison.
In Tech Town, there's a little bit of splits down there, and we got a little bit right there, but Well, in some of these cases, the neighborhood boundary splits a census block. So that census block either, the neighborhood has to be split because a census block cannot be split.
Mhm.
But anyway, so 8, it still needs, you're not quite halfway to 8 or halfway to 9 either. They both need 40 to 45,000.
Okay. Um. You can put north in. I really don't want to do that. Can you zoom out for a second, please?
Yes. Yes. You need approximate, well, you're looking at the numbers. I don't need to tell you, but
No, you can tell me the numbers because I'm not simultaneously looking at the numbers at this moment. I'm not.
8 needs 40,000 people and 9 needs 45,000. So collectively, they each are half a district approximately.
Yeah. Mm.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's the way I think.
I might have made a poor choice with this map, but we'll see. It's simply because 8 really needs Oak Grove District and Bagley and more Fitzgerald Mary Grove, but there's no possible way 6 should look like that. And then we have Hamtramck dangling.
Well, you I'm just saying, for example, 14 and 7 are still editable. You can still make edits to those. You can still make edits to 4. You can push that away. Rather than 8 going west, 8 could go east. I don't know. South.
That's not impossible, because 8 could include North Campo, Davison, Cranswoods, Conant Gardens, Farwell, Pershing, and Butler.
And then you do something with 14.
Where's 14? Oh, up there.
Yeah, that's up. So like Sherwood and Norton and Connor Creek are unassigned. I mean,
yeah, that might be a little too far east. I'm not sure though. But for right now, include, what is it? What numbers do we have for 14?
14 is sitting is perfect district, 0.19%.
And what's happening north of 14?
So 14
14.
Total number of 14 is ideal.
Okay. I don't know if I want to play with that just now. Okay, go back south. For 8, include Bangladesh. Touch that.
Commissioner Ede and Commissioner Callahan have their hands up. Commissioner Ede.
I have a question and a comment. I'll start with the comment. I think you brainstorming like this is really good so we can see what's possible. It's not set in stone yet, but so I think it's really good that, taking a stab at it. But my question is, what do you think about Schoolcraft being with 4 instead of 9, and then you can do whatever you want, go into 14, or if you think you want to go into 14, go into 14. There's more room to fix it later, But I brought this up on the last term. I think I recall people saying that they considered Schoolcraft to be along with McFarland, even though it crosses Grand River. I just wanted your opinion on that.
I don't remember specifically. Is this something that someone submitted during public comment?
I don't know, honestly. I think it's something we talked about and debated at one point, but I was wondering if you knew. If you don't, that
I mean, I know that area. I just don't know. I don't personally know, and I haven't heard people's connection. Like I know the Davidson
No,
school.
it wasn't talked about. It wasn't talked about.
Hi, Juanita.
Hi.
Okay. I would have to zoom in and really look and start looking at some streets because that's Deep West, which that's fine. I know 96 is over there. Yeah, I know where that area is. I just I
This is not,
I
Maybe
would know.
Commissioner Callahan.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want to hear what she. Hi, Commissioner Callahan.
Hi, I was just going to point out is that section 12, those little blocks over there to the right of what's section 14 right now, those are just placeholders. Those aren't really in a district. So if you're trying to look at making 8 go to the east, those little blocks of 14 were put into District 14, but we can move those elsewhere. And those green box from 12 were just placeholders. That's not anybody's work.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ideally, just for this as being an exercise, sure, because I don't have much control because of what the west side looks like. But okay. So I'll just kind of leave the mess for someone else. But for 8, take Butler, Pershing, Conant Gardens, Crayons Woods, and Farwell.
okay.
And then
The precinct's a lot bigger. We'll clean it up as I go, but I'll put all that in the 8 and then we'll cut it back. So yeah, 8 has a mile to go. Now, do we want to put Farwell in there?
yes, please.
And the remainder of Cranes Woods?
Yes.
Now that took part of Davison, but we can strip that out as we go. You still need 24,000.
Kent, you're the bearer of bad news.
Yeah. No. I'm just
But
a reader of lines.
yes, and numbers and all that good stuff. Okay.
So do we want to, continue with this? Well, Davison, I don't know.
So I can pull Davison and North Campo. North Campo is a risk, but I'm gonna stop there because I think Cam Tramick should go somewhere else. But yes, you can include into 8 Davison and North Campo. Commissioner Callahan, did you want to talk to me or talk to the group?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Your hand.
I'll put my hand down. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Don't apologize.
I'm just going to get the rest of those neighborhoods at the block level.
And then that little piece, I mean, the 0 population, but I was looking at that little strip in North Campo.
Yeah, right there. We also have this little piece here of Grant.
Okay, you can pull that, whatever.
All of Grant or some of Grant? Or
How much is in Grant? How much do we need? 69. Okay, what do we have over here?
yeah, you need 22,000 people.
So
So
far east. Um,
And,
pull
Grant,
Grant and Sherwood.
I mean, probably should keep in mind that, 14 needs a bunch of people, but that's up to,
That's what I said. I'm being guilty and leaving that for someone else to fix.
every-
Or to-
and Sherwood.
It's just too east, but it's okay. Yeah. It's not okay, but it's what.
You got to get 91,000 people in there. So
Mhm.
I would think not, it'd be hard to have 91,000 people that are in the same neighborhood, basically. Okay, which one back? So 8, these were 8 still needs 18,000.
Okay, I'm gonna bounce around again. Can we go to 9? I'm gonna pull some from 4 into 9, the area that Commissioner Eid was talking about.
You can take people out of 9 and put it in 4, or take people out of 4 and put in that 9.
4 into 9. So that Barton, McFarland, and that other half, yes, exactly.
Okay. I'm gonna continue using blocks just because
That's fine.
it seems to be. Now that's unpopulated. We've been over that a couple of times.
Mhm.
But that neighborhood line doesn't follow a census line, so.
Okay.
Okay. So we're looking at this. 4 needs 10,000. 8 needs 18,000. 9 needs 35,000. Excuse me.
Okay, can I pull into 9? Dun, dun, dun. North End, Russell Industrial. I don't want to do that. Never mind. I don't want to do that. Can you go east so I can see what's over there? And go scroll up a little bit or go up towards 8. Okay. Yeah, that's good. For 9, can you take in North End and Russell Industrial?
Okay.
And then,
And let me unassign that right there.
okay.
I grabbed a little piece of Hamtramck, and of course I didn't intend to do that. Okay.
For 8, can you grab Hamtramck, Banglatown, and Buffalo Charles?
I'm gonna sign that and then take out what should not be in there.
That's fine.
Okay. Didn't mean to get that. All right, so I gotta do blocks to get all of Buffalo Charles. Yeah, this kind of swings up that wide. I don't, do you want that? So that census, oh, it's 0 people, so I guess it really doesn't matter.
Well, can we take Gateway and Arden Park and put that in 9?
Gateway, where are we at?
You have to,
Oh, yeah, put those in 9. I see what you're, yep.
Mhm. Mhm. Can you zoom out after you're done cleaning up that spot?
Yeah.
Please.
Did that wrong. I will just, I got one little block here. I see sitting out there waiting to be in the wrong place.
Okay, the eastern part of 8, can we remove that? So Sherwood, Grant, I'm just looking at the numbers now. I'm going backwards. We can take out Farwell. Well, let's start with Sherwood and Grant and 8.
Oh, 8, yes.
Yes.
Oh, keep hitting the wrong key. That'll do that.
Can't be nice, be kind to yourself.
Okay, so 8 still needs a reduce.
By a lot.
Is that right? I guess Hamtramck has a ton of people in it.
Good.
Yeah.
Take out Farwell and see what happens. I don't know how many people are there then. Or either.
Brittany, some need to go back into 7 that we took out that's above 8, just as a reminder.
I don't want to put it back in 7. Those neighborhoods should not, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but thinking of where we are now with what we're tasked to do, I don't think that's a good choice. So if someone else ends up putting, I mean, I just want to say I'm not like the resident expert of Detroit, but though those communities, you know, Ferndale is right there. On the other side, you have Livernois, 8 Mile, that whole area. They're still very different communities. They share some commonalities, but yeah, I mean, I love Ferndale, but it's a different community than Green Acres and State Fair area and all that. Now it looks like a stair step, but you know.
Well, that's the neighborhood. So.
I know. This is me just talking out loud.
Oh, no, that's me commenting out loud. It's like, well, you know, it is what it is.
We could put Chalfont and that chunk of Marygrove into 9, but or take out Butler and Pershing. But I don't know if that would make a big difference. Oh, well, it's only.
Well, Commissioner, mentioned earlier, 7 is, very, well, somewhat low.
Maybe that'll inspire some minor changes to those western pieces. Okay. Try putting Chalfont and that piece of Marygrove into 9 and see what that does with the population. And then I'd be more than happy to give my turn to someone else.
I crossed over a line a bit right there. I'll go back and get that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
That little piece needs to go back to 9 right there. So 8 is now at 1.6% high. And the southern tip is the southern part of Hamtramck, Holland Park, all to the north side is 8 Mile.
Okay, I'm satisfied.
Mr. E, do you have a comment?
I have a question. I'm wondering what you think, Brittany, about like the Palmer Park area.
It's a lovely area.
Oh yes, I drove through it a couple of weeks ago. Actually, it is lovely. I do recall there. We got comments about that like LGBT community of interest, and it's certainly in Ferndale. I mean, you just got to drive through Ferndale to see that. But I believe it also included Palmer Park. So I'm just wondering your opinion on that.
So, I mean, historically, yes, Palmer Park has a population of trans, other, I already named the T, so LGBTQ population. But there are other folks and communities that live within Palmer Park. So using that one piece of the COI to try and connect it to Ferndale, that might be a stretch. I think my recollection of folks from the LGBTQIA plus community, when they came to speak, they were saying they have ties to Ferndale because Ferndale has a population. Like there's affirmations that's right there on 9 Mile and Woodward. So that is a safe space for folks in Palmer Park, just like there's transitional housing in Palmer Park, Ruth Ellis Center, that is a space for that population. Do you understand what I mean? So it's like, that's what you would be merging those communities for, in my mind. When you also have Palmer Park tennis courts, residential communities, there are other things in Palmer Park. Does that make sense what I'm saying to you, Commissioner Eid?
It makes, it makes complete sense, and I appreciate, you know, your opinion. I think it's a valuable one.
So, I don't know. I wouldn't want to disrespect if there's something that I don't know. You know, I'm a cisgender heterosexual female, so I can't. There's something I don't know about that community and why they would need to be with Ferndale, which also would mean that we would bring other parts of Detroit and those communities into Ferndale. Yeah, I don't know that information. I just know that the Sherwood Forest University District, that chunk right there on 7 Mile, the 7 Mile, Livernois, Woodward, that area, that is a strong, that 48221 community is a very, very strong community. And once you start stripping that.
Brittany, let me say something on that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Curry.
Palmer Park was at one time a very versified neighborhood for that LBQ neighborhood people. And now in the past year and a half, 2 years, it has significantly changed. I had a building right there in the heart of that, right on the next street of Palmer Woods, where they had a lot of that there. But it's changed, and you got a significant number of people, normal, regular, everyday people that's in those apartment buildings and all up and down that area, and people that are professionals and everything. So that LBQ, whatever that is, that's kind of moved on a little, a lot, and it's not quite as bad or as good as it was in the past 3 or 4 years. Just wanted to add that.
Hey, Brittany,
Yes.
You said you're good with this, or are you still thinking?
No, I'm not still thinking. I mean, I know that 8 could come down more, but yeah, I mean, the only other thing we could do is to take out Crans Woods or to put Garden Homes in 7, the way that I see it. There's not really much wiggle room. We all know that we're not to split Hamtramck at all, so that's not an option. I thought about putting Hamtramck, making another district for that, but then that doesn't really make much sense when I needed to fix 8. So yeah, I mean, we could eliminate one more neighborhood, which would be, yeah, like I said, Cranes Woods or Davison. Davison might take too many people. I'm not sure. That's about it. I don't know what Buffalo Charles has.
I'm sure this is not our last stab at this area, so.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm not.
So we have a request from our map drawer to wrap it up soon.
I saw it.
So, Director Woods, do you think we could move on to your executive director report and wrap up early, or do we need to keep going?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kent.
I have one quick, as we wrap things up, right here. This plan here, since we're in the middle of working on it, do we want to post that to the website tonight? I know we're going to post to others because we moved on from them. I mean, I feel like that's the direction. I guess the direction I'm asking is, do we post all the plans, including this one? Or do
I
we?
personally think that would be helpful because then we can hear if there's any comments on them. We know which direction.
But including the one we're looking at.
I think so. Anyone else?
Yes, I think we should have all the plans. Thanks.
Okay, that's what I'm
Agreed.
gonna do right now. And I'll be listening, but I won't be necessarily watching. Okay.
Oh, Kent, you can be excused. We're just talking about logistics.
Okay, thank you. Y'all have a good evening. See you in the morning.
You too.
Commissioner Orton, are you ready for me?
Yes, please, Director Woods.
Is everyone able to see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I think Commissioner Curry's hand is up. Commissioner, it's down now. Okay. For Monday from 10 to 3 and from 6 to 8:30, we'll be at the Huntington Place in Ballroom A. That's the old TCF Center and the formerly known or better known as Cobo Hall. So once again, we want to give time for people to get there. We start at 10. 3 of these times are the same as they were shared last week. The only thing different is the actual location. Ballroom A was the same spot where we had the meetings last year. On Tuesday, starting at 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and then going again from 6 to 8:30 from Ballroom A. If I wanted to see if you guys feel comfortable with that time, or do you think we should move that to 10, knowing that you had a long day before? So this was the time we shared last week, but now that we have this opportunity, what do you think is best for the commission?
Move it to 10.
Is there a consensus for that?
Can take a poll.
I see a thumbs up, that's fine. So we'll move that to 10 o'clock. And I will share that with the Michigan Department of State for the posting. So 10 to 3, 6 to 8:30 on Monday and Tuesday. Once again, Monday and Tuesday. And hopefully that'll make it easier for us to get downtown. Just a second, I'm going. Were you able to see the next day move?
Yes, Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay. Hold on, I got 3 screens going on right now. All right. Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to be in person at the whole week, but this will be at the Cadillac place, 10 to 5:30 and 9 to 5:30.
So so Thursday, January 25th, at the Cadillac Place, you're gonna start at 9?
Correct.
Okay, you know I won't be there at 9 o'clock. I'm just letting you know right now.
Okay. And then on Friday, depending how much we get done, we would do the same. If we get done early, then the commission can make some adjustments. We've already discussed the remote plan for the following week. I just want to talk to you a little bit more for budgeting purposes. If you remember about the budget, just kind of want to know where everybody's at. The professional contractor is Kristen Taylor. That is the budget for her that we had to add. Audio visual at Cadillac Place for 3 days. That's $11,598.71. I have that confirmed. And then we have the mapping portal's $50,000. And this is to get it back on Amazon server. When the commission stopped mapping, it went to a slower server. Now that we're back up mapping, we need to get to a faster server that's available from Amazon. The second thing is we obviously had to get the racial data moved from the public and others for the plan. So all the racial data per the court order had to be scrubbed from the data. In addition, we had to reload the systems of previous plans, and then the support time for EDS people, consultants during the map drafting process. So this is the reason for the $50,000 for the mapping portal. I received this information from Kimball Brace from EDS. The lodging is an approximate, but this is for our lodging, not just for us, but also our consultants. Just for next week alone, I'm going to repeat, next week alone is $8,200. And so our travel budget has significantly gone up. Just want to make sure everyone's aware of that from what we proposed. And then obviously the mileage, parking at Cadillac Place, and the per diem to be determined. Commissioner Curry, your hand was up.
Yeah, on your travel expenses, on the lodging rather, that pertains to who?
Hotel costs, people who are staying at a hotel in Detroit next week.
Okay, so am I in that group?
No.
Okay, thank you. You don't
You're
have to say
welcome.
anymore.
Would you like to be in that group?
Nope,
Okay.
that's fine. I'll stay at home.
Huntington Place, these are the costs that we have confirmed. Ballroom A will be $4,000. The internet will be $1,500. This is for both days. Security will be about $2,400. We will have 2 people in the room and 1 in the registration area. We're still waiting for pricing from audiovisual. That will come back. Parking is at $22, but we're waiting to see if that's the best group rate. That is an increase from $7 by $7 from 2 years ago. To approximately 2 years ago, we paid $15 for the group rate. So we're just trying to see if that's the best price we can get. And then food will be based on consumption. At the last meeting, commission meeting last week, we talked about pending litigation, the request for additional funding from the Michigan legislature, as well as the court order from a special master, and that the commission's budget did not consider in-person meetings and increased costs for pending litigation. The folk at Baker Hostetler were helpful with regards to the cost. And so these are budgeting because these are potential costs that I'm aware of and that we can share. For Groffman, we're looking at $160,000. He is one of the special masters. We have 2, so that's why we're looking at $320,000. And then, as you know, at the last meeting, Commissioner Eade had legal counsel represent him during the public comments as relates to his notice to vacate proceedings. There is a clause in the rules and procedures that if he wins that particular thing, I should say, and does not remove, that there is a process for payment to his attorney. And so that is a potential unknown that I want the commission to be aware of. If there's any questions, I can take them at this time with regards to the budgeting.
Any questions? Commissioner Eade.
More so in regards to the meeting, not the budgeting. The weather is going to be pretty chilly next week. It's not going to be the best. It's going to be better than this week, thank the Lord. But Can we make sure to reach out to the venues and make sure there's some accessibility there for people that might have a hard time, on the sidewalks and stuff like that?
I'm sure. Okay, then last but not least, working with the chair, we are required to have a public hearing once we approve the maps and submit them to the court on February 2nd. And so we want to recommend that public hearing on Thursday afternoon and evening in Detroit on the 15th of February. And obviously for those who are unable to make it, we will have a remote option available,
Commissioner
just
Eads.
like we are for our meetings next week. I saw Commissioner Eads' hand up, Commissioner Orton, but it went down, so I think.
Go ahead.
No, it's up. Just remind me, when is the final adoption date? Do we have one?
We have to have that one public hearing before February 23rd. I know.
Right. And we have to have the drafts into the court by February 2nd.
Right.
Correct.
I assume we're gonna vote on, the final vote is gonna be after the public hearing.
Correct. I don't have it in front of me, Commissioner Eads, so let me get it for you and just share it with
Okay.
everyone.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fink.
Yeah, I just brought up the scheduling order, and I can just share the dates, just read it to you. We've got February 2nd is of course the date, and some of this will be repetitive, so I apologize. I'll try to talk fast through that stuff. The house maps are due to the court and to be published on the commission's website on no later than February 2nd. And the commission is to hold a public hearing and open its public comment period to conclude no later than February 23rd, 2024. And that does include a public hearing in Detroit to solicit community input. And then the commission shall adopt and submit to the court a final remedial house plan no later than March 1st, 2024. And then there's some other dates related to briefing and objections that can be filed in the court. And I can send around the scheduling order again so that I don't bore everybody with all the specific details on the record here, but that's the date, March 1st. I think that addresses your question.
Thank you.
Commissioner Orton, I'm just making sure with regards to the date that I can go ahead and move forward.
On February 15th.
Yes. So
Does
I
anyone
probably need
have an issue with February 15th for the public hearing in Detroit?
And we're starting in the afternoon because Commissioner Orton knows that each and every one of you may have a special Valentine that we don't want to ruin your evening.
I don't see any objections to that date.
Right. Thank you very much. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Are there any announcements from any commissioners? Not seeing any. We've completed the items on the agenda and we have no further business, so a motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. All in favor of adjourning, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned at 5:35 p.m.